I call this meeting of the Conroe Independent School District Board of Trustees to order. Let the record show that a quorum of members is present, that this meeting has been duly called, and that the notice of this meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551. The time is 10 a.m. Opening us in our meeting today in prayer will be Trustee Nelson, and the pledge will be Trustee Duncan.
Please stand and join me in prayer. God, we come before you this morning full of gratitude for this new year. Thank you for the countless blessings you rain down on us and upon this nation of ours we call the land of the free and the home of the brave. This morning we're full of excitement and anticipation about what you're going to do, and can't wait to see how you're going to move and work this new year in fresh new ways. You are a God of new beginnings who promises to make all things new. Lord, breathe on us a fresh new wind and a fresh fire of your Spirit. Prepare our hearts to love relentlessly and contagiously. Empower us to be agents and ambassadors of hope and healing, to be your salt and light in a time such as this. Give us wisdom and understanding to make decisions that align with your will and your word. Help us to fulfill your collective purposes in us and to love mercy, act justly, and walk humbly with you. Finally, pour your peace and strength upon every member of the CISD family. Strengthen our educators, shield our campuses from harm, protect our children, their hearts, minds, and bodies with your mighty right hand. Guard them all with your angel armies, and let our students experience the joy of learning and growing and becoming all you created them to be. Let your presence saturate this place right now. Send unity and wisdom from the heavens. You are the God in whom we trust, who lives and reigns forever. Amen.
Amen. Please join me for the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And to the Texas flag.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible. Thank you both. And could I have a copy of that, please? All right, moving on to agenda item 2, special recognition.
All right. Well, good morning, everybody, and want to say thanks to our board. First of all, we're thankful that we came through the winter storm without any damage to our buildings, and I think our community fared well, and saw a lot of great pictures of people having a lot of fun with the snow. So that was fantastic as well. But that did not allow us to meet on Tuesday night. It just wouldn't have been safe to do so. And so thank you for clearing your schedules. And I know that it's kind of impossible to at the last second to get all 7 of you here. So thankful that we could find a time that could have all 7 of you here to do the work of the district, and we had some pressing issues that we needed to get done. And so thank you for clearing your schedule. And with that, it's a lot of work to be a school board member. And one of the things that I talk about when I speak publicly is that I believe being a school board member is the greatest public service you can do in your local community. Pay's not great. It's zero, in case y'all didn't know that. And there's a lot of hard decisions to be made, but truly impactful work that you all do, and we thank you for stepping up and answering that call. I think that's the thing that we all want most, is that there are good people that want to serve in these roles, and we're fortunate that we live in a community where we have that. So we thank you for stepping up and doing that. And on those same lines, I know we have Dr. Terry Benson here tonight, or this morning. I'm gonna walk out of here thinking it's midnight. I'm telling you right now, I'm gonna go home and go to bed. I don't know when this is over, but my clock is not gonna work right without windows in here, especially. But we have Dr. Terry Benson, our principal at Caney Creek High School, here to speak on behalf of our staff.
Yes, good morning, President Nodenweller, Board of Trustees, Dr. Knoll. I stand in front of you as a spokesperson for all Conroe ISD administrators, educators, staff, and students to thank you for your service to this district as we recognize you for School Board Appreciation Month. Serving on a school board is no small sacrifice. It is no small responsibility. It is a calling that demands both sacrifice and dedication to the betterment of our students' education. And we recognize the significant time energy, and commitment that each of you bring to this role. Education is at the heart of our community. Your willingness to engage in this vital work is genuinely appreciated. Your leadership and decisions shape the direction of our schools. And we all hold a deep desire to see our students thrive. As a show of appreciation, our students and campuses have sent cards, posters, banners, and small gifts that you see here this morning. As a principal, I'm incredibly proud of the student-generated gifts. I think they're beautiful. But we do this to recognize these small tokens as an expression of thanks for your leadership, support, and the numerous hours you give to make this district an outstanding place to live, to work, and to go to school. I ask all in attendance today to join me in a round of applause to honor and thank the Conroe ISD Board of Trustees for their hard work, dedication, and commitment to creating a bright future for all of our students. Will you please join me in a round of applause? Thank you all for your service.
I can only speak for myself. This is a calling, and I am thankful that I serve with these other ladies here. Every one of them has a passion and a desire to serve the students and the staff of our community and our schools. And I just thank you. I'm always amazed at the talents that come. These are my favorite items, is when they come, designed and created by our students, or the messages that they write us. So I just thank you all very much, and let your staff and teams at schools know that, and the students as well. It's my honor to serve the community of Conroe ISD. Okay, going on to the next item on our agenda is citizen participation. During this portion of the meeting, patrons who have signed up in advance may address the board in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551, and Board Policy BED. For the comments regarding an issue on today's posted agenda, the board will defer its discussion of the issue until the item is reached on the agenda. For the comments related to an issue that is not on the board's posted agenda, the board cannot deliberate or make a decision relating to that issue. We also ask that speakers address their comments to the board and not the audience. If any speaker's comments are regarding a complaint, the board directs you to its policies regarding complaints, which can be found on the district's website. If your purpose in addressing the board is to seek a remedy for your complaint, the board cannot discuss or respond to your concern until you have met the requirements of the appropriate district policy. The board wants to hear what all speakers have to say, and the board requests that the audience treat all speakers, regardless of their message, with respect. Each speaker will be given 2 minutes to present their comments to the board. Screens around the room will display the speaker's time. When the countdown timer reaches 0, the next speaker will be called. Mrs. Godfrey, please call the first person.
Anne Marie Kennedy. Dave Adams. Erica Pack. Diane Daniels.
Hello. Thank you, ladies, for your work and commitment to doing what is right. I truly appreciate each and every one of you. You've got a large job, and you've already made impact into making decisions and really asking questions and finding out what is being done. The country is returning to common sense. At least that's what I heard this past week. And thank you, Lord. Common sense is what we need to follow. And over the past, prior to your taking over the board, I'd say the past 4 or 5 years, we have had some decisions made in this district that are not of conservative values. I want to reflect back to the decision in regards to mask mandates, coordinating yourself with the Kelsey Sebo to encourage people to take the vaccine, the books that are in the school, and most recently was brought to my attention the inappropriate swimsuits for the girls' swim team. These decisions are not common sense decisions, and we have no place for it in our school board. Looking back, I hope that Dr. Knoll will understand the conservative views of the community, which have put you in charge, conservative views, and will see fit to, yes, question things. We should always question things. People have opposite opinions. But I believe the community has spoken clearly in regards to the direction that they want the district to go in. And I appreciate all of you speaking your viewpoints and accepting the questions from the community and having engaging conversations to make the best decisions. God wants us to do what is right for the children. We need to listen to him. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Michelle Knuckles.
Hello. I did not realize that today was the Board Appreciation Day, so this is perfect timing. Thank you guys ladies, for everything that you do. I know this is a tough job. I'm sure it's a tough job. And you're complete volunteers, which is amazing. Okay. So I'm here because I wanted to extend my heartfelt gratitude to Trustee Misty Odenweller and Trustee Lindsay Dawson for your generous donations of Brave Books Saga 3 for our public libraries. These books were placed in the Woodlands and Magnolia public libraries. To celebrate this effort, I created thank you cards, which children in our community signed at our summer story hour. Finally, I understand that many of you were not aware of this opportunity to donate. So anyway, I'm happy to share future opportunities if you're interested. And thank you for your support in enriching libraries and fostering the love of reading for kids. And with your permission, I'd love to approach the dais and present these cards.
Thank you very much.
Carolyn Nini.
Like Dr. Knoll, I'm confused. It's morning, not night. So good morning. And congratulations on your Appreciation Day. Every day for y'all should be an Appreciation Day as far as I'm concerned. On January 7th, the Texas Senate had a joint committee study to study the effects of media on children. If you have not viewed the committee meeting, I highly encourage you to do so. The addiction to computers and cell phones is a very real problem. This addiction provides the media outlets with trillions of dollars. The revenue is based upon what is referred to as watch time. There are algorithms that entice children to continually be on the phone or computer. Of course, porn is a big draw for them. As we know, porn is extremely addictive and very harmful to our students. During the committee meeting, one of the speakers was a forensic nurse. She is responsible to assess children who have been sexually abused. To my horror, she shared that there has been a drastic increase of students violently engaging in sexual acts with one another, and this is with or without consent. For the sake of this meeting, I will not go into the details that she described, but believe me, it is very dark. The girls think nothing of exposing themselves on social media. It's a badge of honor to get clicks and followers. The children shared with the nurse that there's nothing wrong with this. They find it to be quite normal and okay. Why? Because they have been groomed to accept it as normal. One of the tech individuals said, "Do not be fooled into believing that school computers are safe. Can we please take a step back and do an in-depth research and consider providing alternative teaching methods to for our students in CISD? It is imperative that we do so." Thank you and God bless.
Tony Deletta.
Good morning, members of the board. Dr. Knoll, I have 3, so I'm just going to blow through these really quickly. First is about the proposed change to the 25-26 spring break dates. As a parent of 2 kids, I strongly oppose changing the schedule. Last year, my family, along with 6 other families from 3 states, were able to coordinate everything. We saw online the schedule. We were so excited. We planned our trip, put in our deposits, and then we got the thing that was like, it might be changing. Please, dear God, don't do that. A lot of families plan things in advance, especially things like Disney, cruises, where you have to put advance deposits in. Please don't do that. It's going to create a lot of chaos for no reason, so I beg of thee, please don't change those dates. The second is about the Texans for Excellence in Education. I've done a ton of reading on this from all sorts of different areas. It's coming across a lot more of a agenda-based thing. It perpetuates itself as something that's good for our kids, something that's good to bring us in line, but in fact, if you look at where the money's coming from and all these things, and in school boards that have done it, it's just created divisiveness. It's created a lot of fighting between students, between teachers, between school boards. We don't need that, especially in a state that we consider ourselves anti-big government. To have something come in and tell us this is what you should do seems very contrary to those views. So I would say let's please not go that direction. And third, I'm not sure if it's on the agenda, but it was regarding the Bluebonnet Learning Curriculum. Again, I've done a lot of research on this. Districts that have done it in the state are not fans of it. Texas is kind of dangling $60 and saying, we'll do this per student, it's going to be great. But they know we need the money, and for them to give us something and say, here's $60, can you implement this stuff, is very shady of them to do that. Districts that have done it, the $60 doesn't cover it. When you look at things like implementation and printing, you're actually going to have to dip into the budget. Plus, the schools have showed that there's no proven success. There's little evidence that Bluebonnet improves any academic outcomes, and it's making a poor investment when resources could be better spent on evidence-based solutions that directly benefit the students. So thank you for your time. Happy Board Appreciation Month. Glad everyone's warm, and thank you for your time.
Leslie Roberts.
Hi, I am the mom of 2 children at CISD, and y'all's district just built 2 new flex schools, Campbell and Eisler, and y'all are voting on rezoning for today, and I just wanted to encourage you to pass it. I have been following the ABZ rezoning committee for a while, and they started with a list that was like this long with just every possible different scenario that you could think of, and they have it narrowed down to 1 plan for the 1 flex school and 1 plan for the other flex school. And they really do look like good plans. I know we're never going to come up with anything that's perfect, that's going to make everyone happy, but I just wanted to let y'all know that it really does look like that they've tried to consider every which option and angle to move things around, and the plans that are being presented to y'all today really are the best options for our district. Back in 2000, whenever they did another rezoning, they put a link on the internet where it let citizens and parents kind of play with it, and it let you move around the geocoded zones. And I spent an hour doing that, and I just have to tell you, it's really hard. And I would move 1 zone because I thought I was fixing 1 problem, and I created 2 new ones. And then I did not volunteer to be on the ABC rezoning committee, and please pass it. Thank you.
I'll call the 3 that didn't answer. Anne Marie Kennedy, Dave Adams, and Erica Pack. That's it.
Thank you very much. Moving on to item 4, consent agenda. Consider and approve minutes, consider and approve amendment to the budget, and receive human resources report. Seeing as I did not hear from anyone to remove anything, do I have a motion to adopt?
So moved. Second.
All right, all those in favor of adopting our consent agenda items as they are, please raise your hand. And that's a unanimous vote, and the motion carries. All right. Item 5B. Wait, item 5A, my bad, I skipped one. All right, consider It's the approval of the attendance zone for Eisler Elementary and Campbell Elementary.
All right.
Mr. McCord?
Yeah, speaking of a guy that spends a lot of time moving those pieces on the map.
Yes.
Chris McCord.
So President Odenweiler, members of the board, Dr. Knoll, I stand before you this morning on behalf of the District Attendance Boundary Committee. We had really two specific charges, and that is create the initial attendance boundary for Eisler Elementary and Campbell. I would like to thank the committee that put in 6 months of their life to help put me in the position to stand before you here this morning. I'd also like to make a special effort to thank members of our district support staff that really helped create the data to present the best possible scenarios we could. And that would include Regina Woody Crane, Cindy Smith, Steve Muir, and Dr. Mark Anderson Murrell to my immediate left. So without further ado, we're going to forge ahead. And I do not have a clicker, so I may not be doing much forging.
One of the things that'll always walk away. Oh, there you go.
Thanks. My wife will tell me I love a clicker at the house. She's watching this probably too. I'll hear about that when I go home. Just starting out, this is the third or fourth time I would have presented this particular slide, but I think it's really appropriate because it tells the tale, and it really tells the tale of why we need it as a district, Eisler Elementary. So just going down the horn of the elementary schools in the Woodlands High School feeder, first off, Mitchell Intermediate. And I've talked about this before here, that Mitchell Intermediate was pretty static in its size for 2 decades. In other words, you could predict it was pretty consistent in how its numbers would be. And it started to recently start to grow fairly rapidly. And so you can see Mitchell Intermediate is considerably over capacity. The challenge you have too at Mitchell Intermediate, if we were to not act, and we had to add portables, we really have 2 options. And that is number 1, to put the portables on the other side of the basketball court in Mitchell Intermediate, which would be problematic in its distance from the school. The other option would be to put the portables on the basketball court at Mitchell Intermediate, which would not be heralded or well received. So that's one reason Mitchell Intermediate is in play. Next up, Darrington Elementary, a flex school. One thing that sets Darrington Elementary really apart in the Woodlands High School feeder is its overcapacity. It has considerable ground space that the others don't have, so that's worth mentioning. Tuff Elementary is under capacity. The last time I stood before you here, I think I referred to it as a unicorn or a one-off. I will say, and I said this last time, when you have an elementary that's at 90% of capacity, it still feels very full. And if you've ever been in the car line at Darrington Elementary, you would back me up on that. It feels full. So then we get down to the traditional K or pre-K through 4 schools. And first off, Buckaloo Elementary, overcapacity, construction's going on right now. Buckaloo's going quickly, mainly from River's Edge, up along Old Conroe Road. Bush Elementary would probably be, if we were just singling out one school, which was the most primary need for Eisler Elementary, it would be Bush. Our backs are against the wall at Bush. We're bound on both sides by churches. We have no room to add any portables at all. And so that's where we are at Bush Elementary. Galatas Elementary is over capacity, also bound with very small geographical footprint. Glenlock Elementary is relatively okay. And Powell Elementary is over capacity, has quite a few portables. And really the only possible place to add portables at Powell would be in the playground, which we do not want to do. So really, when you look at the elementary schools in the Woodlands feeder, Woodlands High School feeder, there was a plan in the Woodlands by George Mitchell, and it involved lots of times putting schools and churches or parks adjacent to each other. It's a great plan, but it does leave us very little room to add potential portables or wings or anything of that nature, which is why the committee took it so important to do what we could at this one time to try to help address the situation at those schools. So this brings you to this slide. And so I've shown this slide 2 or 3 times, but I realized there may be people at home watching over YouTube or in the studio audience that haven't seen this, so I thought it was worthy to show again. I'm going to start at the bottom because these schools deserve to be recognized. I'm going to start at the bottom and go clockwise. If you look at the very bottom in that lilac purplish hue of a color, then you're talking about Glenlock, Galatas in green, Colson Tuff in pink. You're talking about Darrington in that teal color on the far west, Buckaloo in brown, Bush in blue, and Powell in what I would probably call peach or pink. So that is on the left, but you can't talk about the future if you don't know where you are right now. So if you look on the right, this is the months and months of deliberation and consideration by the committee, and this is scenario 4.1. And I'll start at the top and I'll work my way around clockwise. You can see going from Derrickson to Eisler, 83D and 83E. What I would tell you about those two is that if you look at them, 83E probably doesn't have room for future development, but 83D could. It could very much have room for future development, but there are no kids really that live there now. Buckaloo to Eisler would relieve overcrowding at Buckaloo. That is 75J, AKA River's Edge. Going clockwise around Walmart on 242 would be Powell to Bush. Continuing to work our way around clockwise along Kirkendall and Woodlands Parkway, you have 92J and 92O, Bonnie Branch and Lenox Hill. And then working our way all the way back up around to the top, Bush to Eisler would be 83, 83B, and 83C, which would transition under 4.1 to Bush to Eisler Elementary. Eisler is represented by that star that says number 67 and the gray at the top. And the resulting gray area would be the initial attendance boundary under 4.1, K4 for Eisler. Moving on to the intermediate, because you have to talk about intermediate 2, 5th, and 6th if you're talking about a K through 6 school, or potentially a pre-K through 6 school. But just to give everybody a shout out that deserves it, going on the left side, bottom to top, clockwise, you see Wilkerson at the bottom, you see blue in Mitchell. And one reason Mitchell's so blue is Mitchell has a really large geographical footprint. You see Colson Tough in pink, you see Derrickson in that teal color, and then you see Collins in brown or tan, whatever that is. And we included Collins just to give geographical reference. On the right, you see scenario 4.1, and I'm gonna work my way around. It aligns with the K through 4 recommendation. You can see Derrickson to Eisler, you can see Mitchell to Eisler, and you can see Mitchell to Tough, 92J and 92O. When you get done with that, this is what you see. And we actually vetted 18 different scenarios as a committee for Eisler. This shows a number of them. And if you look at the very bottom and highlighted in blue, you see 4.1. But what you see at the end result of this would be, you see that Buckaloo is under, you see that Bush is under. Not only is Bush under to a point that it can begin construction either in the fall or early spring of its gymnasium, which should be a great thing for Bush. You see Gladys receives relief that it needs as it has a very tight footprint. Glenlock is largely unimpacted. Powell receives relief. Mitchell receives relief. Derrickson is right at capacity and it has room outside, which is very valuable. Tough takes on a few more kids to go from 89% to 93%. And Eisler opens at 779, and we normally have a target of 750. So Eisler opens very close to what our target would have been from inception for Eisler. So that is the presentation. I know you'll have questions, and we're here to answer your questions. And then ultimately, if you're amenable, we're asking for approval of 4.1. So I'm here to do my best.
Are there, well, I do have a procedural question. I'm sorry, I meant to ask this before, but in this particular case, I asked for the motion first, correct? I just wanted to make sure. So do I have a motion to accept as is?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, is there any discussion?
Well, I was wondering, I noticed that a lot of our woodland schools seem to have grown a lot in capacity, and when I was looking at the PASA studies, it looks like they're projected to grow more. Are they projected to grow more because we're bringing kids in from the newer areas, and so once we stop doing that, they'll stop growing?
Well, yeah, the capacity is
Or sorry,
changing,
not
but
capacity,
the
and
numbers,
students, number of
are changing.
students, yeah.
Primarily, the growth we're seeing is coming north of 1488. Now, there is some more growth in the woodlands, but a lot of that down south or to the east is not in Conroe ISD. But the large point driving us is what's occurring north of 1488. But, you know, you've seen this sometimes in the College Park feeder. Sometimes people that are empty nesters, which is great, by the way, love it. Sometimes they will sell their homes and someone else will buy it, and then all of a sudden they renovate it or whatever, and you have more kids coming. So we've always tried to be very conservative in frugal and fiscally responsible with our buildings, which is to some degree why that footprint, that colored map looks the way it does. But most of the growth that we're receiving, that we see coming, is going to come north. Eisler is going to continue to grow. If we don't do something for Mitchell, if we don't do something for Bush, it will not be good. And this is our opportunity to do it. But also some of the other schools that I mentioned, most were built in the 90s. For example, Powell, Galatas, Buckaloo, those that were built in the 90s. What you see, if I'm being completely honest, even if the numbers stay static, we continue, I mentioned this like 3 or 4 months ago, we continue to add needed and required special programs. When those happen, it decreases the amount of kids that can efficiently fit in a school. So because of the way the schools are built, in that lots of times they're bound, for example, by a church on both sides, or a park in a church. We're almost out of room to add portables without taking a parking lot, and the parking lots are already really tight as it is. So I hope that answers your question. But most of the growth is going to come from the north of 1488.
Can you just briefly explain why a special program would decrease the overall capacity of a building, just the 90-second version of that?
Well, I think I can do it in less than that, hopefully. But what happens is, for example, you may have a classroom that's 22 to 1. When you have a special program, for example, it could be life skills, or any one of a number of special ed or even non-special ed programs that have serve a different population, you're not going to be able to fit the same number of kids into that room to adequately, appropriately, properly serve those kids. So that is what will result in us somewhat, our capacities of our buildings over time will decrease because of that. So that is why places like Powell, Galatas, Bush, obviously, Buckaloo, it's really important that to the committee that we address this now. If we address it now, we can address it on our own terms. If we don't address it now, we may not be addressing it on our own terms. It may have to do something in an expedited fashion. So that's why we presented 4.1 and why it is what it is. Dr. Knoll, did that help?
I just have a question as well. So I appreciate, all the work that you guys have done. It is not easy, obviously. At the same time, I do know, as a Woodlands resident, that there's a lot of complaints about kids that are spending too much time on the bus. And then, also that we've got a lot of splits going on our feeders. And if we looked at the last slide with the graph that you presented just a minute, sorry, the one before that, the graph.
Here?
Yes, yeah, that
Okay.
one. So if we look at 4.1 and we look at the asterisks, Buckaloo, Galatas, Glenlock, and Powell are already split feeders. In 4.1, Bush actually becomes a split feeder when we're looking at the 84D, I believe. So that's one more split feeder. I think, we've got two separate issues. We've got, to find a place to put students for next year for Eisler, and then another issue would be, maybe potentially looking at ways that the Woodlands, like other feeders, like Grand Oaks, they have one school or one subdivision, I think, that splits, versus the Woodlands, we're now going to have 5 elementary schools that split. Maybe looking at that at a later time.
It's 5 out of 7, right?
5 out of, well, and Eisler won't split, but Darrowton, Tuff, and Eisler won't split, so the K through 6 schools. But just kind of considering at a later time where we could make it where those kids can, stay going to the schools that their friends are at, that we're limiting the amount of time on buses, which I think also, contributes to our transportation costs when we have somebody coming up above 1488 and going all the way, down, to Galatas.
Yeah, the reports from the parents said some of their kids are spending about an hour on the bus.
And I think that's too long, because then you'll start to see the behavior problems on the bus, and then the transportation as well. Now, I do respect that this is one issue, finding where Eisler should go, but I think it is another issue that I think we need to address is the splits that we have going on in the Woodlands. And I don't know, is it okay? I would be interested to hear from that parent who said that this is the best scenario. We had a speaker. Can I call that
Yes.
person up? There was a parent that spoke.
This is a time when you are able to address that.
Can she come up?
I believe that was Leslie
was
Roberts.
Oh, well,
No pressure, ma'am.
all right.
Hey, go ahead.
Well, thank you for, coming here to voice your concerns. And I know you spoke to two of the feeders. I was just interested to know which one, if it was Campbell or Eisler, kind of where your kids are at.
This one.
Eisler, okay.
Well,
so
they wouldn't actually get moved into Eisler. They go to Gladys right now.
they go to Gladys?
Yes.
Okay, so what made you think that this was the best scenario?
So I have been following the ABC rezoning committee, and they started out with a really, really long list. And what I noticed the most about this one, out of all the other lists, is this one left no schools just like horribly underfilled, because the other problem that I've noticed that the district has whenever they try to move things around is, yes, we obviously don't want any schools really overfilled, but when they move things, they have something called geocoded zones. I don't work for them and I don't entirely understand it, but they pretty much just move the whole thing together, and it's very hard to move like small chunks. They move big chunks, and so whenever they go to rezone things and they move big chunks, when I played with it, like, you think you're fixing something, and then you just left this other
But
school.
were you on this committee?
No.
No.
No. And then you think that you left, like, the chunk that you moved it out of to try to fix something, it ends up, like, leaving the other school really underfilled. It's just, I've played with the website online, and I just know that it's really pretty hard to make it work. My kids do go to Gladys. The map, as it is, does relieve a little bit of crowding at Gladys,
Which would send them to Colson Tough. Will your kids go to Colson Tough?
No, they would stay at Gladys. It does relieve a little bit of crowding at Gladys, and I know that some of the flex school that was built up there was obviously intended for like those neighborhoods up there, so I'm hoping it cuts down some of the time on the bus for them, because I do agree that the bus time can be hard. A lot of the schools were kind of built like towards the west edge of the district, like when you look at Drochin and Buckaloo and Tough, and a lot of the overcrowding is like a little bit closer to 45, and it does seem like out of necessity the district does kind of have to just shift people west, kind of thing. That as people get older and they don't have kids living in those houses anymore, the schools just naturally become less filled. And I have talked, it was Dr. Hine last time I talked to them. It looks like someone else is in charge of it now. Hi. So what Dr. Hine had talked to me about was the issue wasn't entirely necessarily that they just didn't have enough like seats for schools in those schools, that they needed to just shift a little bit, was what I was told. But I came to more of the meetings in 2000, and I came to only a few of these. And so I know that they had to build that school up off of 1488 because that Foster's Ridge, that area is blowing up. And I really hope those kids aren't on the bus as long. And it does seem like a good plan to me, and they considered a lot.
Well, those kids will stay in part of Foster's Ridge on the bus if they're continuing down to Derrickson, if we look at the map. I appreciate you coming up to share some feedback as a district parent.
Mm-hmm.
I guess your kids are safe either way we go.
If it passes, yeah.
How would they not be safe?
Well, just if it doesn't pass.
Why would your kids not be safe?
Well, if they just went completely back to the drawing board.
Okay. Yeah, so I just have, if Mr. McCord is still here.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Roberts. We appreciate that. That was not expected.
Okay.
Good job.
Thank you.
So, just to comment on Ms. Horton's comments, I think it could probably be done as far as rezoning, because I think that some of us have talked back and forth offline, desired outcome maybe to have clean feeders, completely clean feeders of the Woodlands High School and the Woodlands College Park. I think it could be done. I would advise against starting it in the coming months, because we're about to begin what could be arguably the biggest rezoning that we've done in the history of Conroe ISD. Is we established a new feeder pattern for Timber Mill High School, the boundary for Timber Mill, a new junior high feeder pattern, and a new Conroe area intermediate feeder pattern. So the attendance boundary committee has a heavy pail of water to carry. but I think it could be done. You know, the challenge with rezoning to achieve a clean College Park and Woodlands High School feeder is going to be this, is that by definition, because you're talking about a wide geographical swath of people, and you're talking about 2 feeders moving, and you're talking about a big vertical selection, K through 12 or pre-K through 12, you're almost assuredly talking about thousands and thousands of kids and parents and families that would be relocated. The other thing that's a challenge, for example, she talked about the West. For example, a school that's kind of on the line of demarcation that splits is Powell Elementary. So since Powell Elementary is arguably the easternmost school that serves the Woodlands High, you could see a scenario that Powell Elementary would go to College Park. The problem is, if you do that, if you leave Powell Elementary and you go to College Park, what we've seen in just preliminarily doing this is I'm going to wave at the Woodlands High School on my way to College Park, which we try not to wave at schools on our way to another school. But maybe that could be accomplished. So there are hurdles, but I think it could be done. I think it could be done. But as a point of emphasis, and Dr. Knoll may want to add some too, whatever this role that I do, he did for a while, is that what we do, that patchwork quilt, we did because it's what we had. Those were the seats we had, and it's what we had to use. And we did it making the best options we could, and we did it impacting the fewest number of families and children that we could. And that's one thing we like about 4.1, is it impacts and gets us where we need to go while impacting by far the fewest number of currently enrolled kids in the area.
Could we do a 4.1 where we're just looking at the kids that would be affected by Eisler, leave the Powell Bush situation off of it for now, leave the Galata situation, so that if we did get to the point where we could kind of clean up those lines that have developed, you know, organically because of the growth that we've seen, that it wouldn't be as tricky, that we wouldn't end up finding ourselves rezoning those same kids.
So if I'm understanding the question, so basically if y'all look at the screen, just change the areas in gray and not touch anybody below the gray? Is that what I'm hearing?
Right, so if we look at the Powell rezone that goes from Bush, oh, y'all switch that. Oh, wait, go back. Hold on. Oh, yes, the elementary, yeah. So the Powell rezone, which is 84D, 84C, looking at the Galatas that goes over to Tough, which looks like 92I maybe, and then 920. Could we just leave those alone for the moment in case we want to look at cleaning up the feeder and just focus on kids that could go and open up Eisler?
Well, we certainly can, and the Board of Trustees, you can do whatever you feel led to do. My concern in working through this over 14 months of these particular numbers is that would leave us at these schools in the Woodlands that are south of 1488 largely flying without a net. In other words, there's not much space to put additional portables unless we put them actually physically in the parking lot. Could it be done? Yes. Would it cause unease?
Would we need to have portables if the district or the students north of 1488 were going to Eisler? Because then we wouldn't have that explosive growth in the Woodlands,
well,
right?
it wouldn't really help us much at Powell, and it wouldn't help us at Galatas. So, but could we do it? Absolutely. Absolutely.
Have we considered whether the impact on the families will be positive or negative? Because personally for me, if I had to drive my child through all of the traffic and everything to get down to Darrichin from Foster's Ridge, it would be a more positive impact for me to be closer to the school.
I can just tell you, over the 6 months we've had the portal open where parents could submit feedback, and we had a lot of feedback. And I think you were afforded, and you were given that feedback. I will tell you, if you look at 83F, better known as Foster's Ridge West, that on that feedback you received, 2-to-1, 14-to-7 parents in Foster's Ridge West, which was rezoned in 2020 because we needed to address it in a somewhat emergency fashion to make room at Bush. If they expressed that they want to stay at Darrichin, y'all have that feedback. So 2-to-1.
I noticed that the feedback only included about 14% of the families in Foster's Ridge. So I was wondering if there is a way to kind of get in contact with more of them.
We certainly could. They were given the information and it was available for 6 months, and they gave us the interest of what they have. I would say, and I think Dr. Knoll may echo it, it would be excellent if we were able to walk out today and have it a boundary set, because there are so many things and so many machinations that need to ensue. Notifying parents, establishing bus routes, hiring people, staff, ordering materials, that really very little of that can start until we have a boundary. So,
Mr. McCord?
I'm also, oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, how long have the surveys been out? Could you remind us?
1st of September, and this is January
So 6 months or so?
23rd. 6 months, they had a chance to have feedback.
And it was sent out, what, by email and?
Direct communication from the principals.
Okay.
And we had
So
in-person-
ample amount of time for
in-person
parents.
and virtual meetings as
We
well.
had 8 meetings with parents.
So ample amount of time for parents to provide feedback.
And those webinars were immortalized for perpetuity on YouTube, and they're on that attendance boundary webpage.
Thank you.
I was also wondering, it seems like Eisler is too small. Why did we build it so much smaller?
Osler's built at 950, which is pretty much our standard size of an elementary school. The question at some point would be, would it be wise to build a bigger elementary school? You mean, just because I can doesn't mean that I should. But also, Eisler and Campbell are both built as part of the 2023 bond. We had needs all over the district that we're building campuses and doing renovations and adding wings. At the end of the day, just like in my personal life, money was finite. So we had the money for a 950-seat elementary school, which is what we constructed, which is in parallel with what we usually build at 950 seats.
And we, to Chris's point, if you look at, all neighboring districts, we are already an outlier at elementary schools at 950. Most school districts will build an elementary at 600 or so. And we face criticism for that. There's a lot of people that feel like our schools are too big, period. So there is a number that I think that is too big. But the other point to that is when like the bond planning committee is looking and making these recommendations, they look at overall seats in a feeder zone, not in a particular area. And I will tell you, one of the things I've learned, having done 2 bonds here in Conroe ISD, when I sit with our more conservative friends in the community, they like to focus in on total number of seats available, and so there would not be an appreciation for the fact that we would have, let's say if we decided we were going to build Campbell at 1,500, which I would never recommend, but let's say we did that, and we ended up with 500 empty seats spread out throughout places in the Woodlands. Those are conversations that I would be, it would not be appreciated by our friends. That I'm just telling you, because they look at it and say, you didn't need those extra 500 seats. You have 500 seats available. You should use what you have.
But would that possibly shift with the new high school being built and the zone for that?
Well, no, because I mean the conversations I've had previously about that is, people have felt like that we should be busing kids from Caney Creek to the Woodlands to fill seats and not build a new elementary in Caney Creek, which I think we would all, I agree with you, but I'm just telling you how, we serve a lot of different folks, and I understand we're trying to serve the families that live in a certain area, and it's great if we can put them right next to their school, and when it works, it's beautiful, but there is also a reality of we can't go to the taxpayers and ask them to spend an extra $20 million on a building if we have seats available down the road. I mean, that's never been our nature. Now, you all can choose to do it however you want. I'm just giving you the experiences that I've had so that you understand the feedback I've received in the past of use the seats you have before you ask us to build you new ones is what I've.
Could I just make a comment real quick? Mr. McCord, thank you so much for all your work. Thank you to the committee. I appreciate all the data, all the scenarios. I actually drove out there just to check it out. I'm not over in Old Conroe Road very often. There is quite a lot of development out there I did not realize. My concern, which I had shared with you via email, I appreciate all of your thorough explanations, was on Foster's Ridge West. But I don't know if you want to just reiterate what you've told me via email on that, and also my question on infrastructure, because I know I read all the comments from parents. I appreciate people commenting. We value your feedback, so And that was one of the questions or concerns that a lot of parents had, was just the infrastructure, the road situation, which I know is not really Conroe ISD purview.
So good questions, and I think the first part, if I'm being completely honest, is for about a year, I perseverated, which isn't a good trait, on is there a way to present to the committee a way that we could include Foster's Ridge West and make it work. Dr. Merle did a lot of work, I did a lot of work. We looked at it from multiple avenues. We looked at it from the pure 2022 passer projections. We looked at it from the 2022 passer projections adjusted for what's actually here. And if you look at it, when we would open in August of 2025, in 7 months or so, is that if you included Foster's Ridge West, the building would open anywhere from 180 to 400 kids over capacity. And when you say it out loud, I always like to say things out loud. The committee, they couldn't get past that for obvious reasons or feel good about making a recommendation. On Old Conroe Road, what we know is the old Conroe Road project, years ago, in the 40s and 50s, the 1940s and 1950s, I was not here yet, the road actually connected through. Old Conroe Road connected to what was called Old Magnolia Road. They connected, it went across the river. In the 40s or 50s, it washed out. No one seems to know when that I've called. But the project will be a combination, the road project, which will change the way Montgomery County looks and operates. So instead of going north and south through Fish Creek and McCaleb and 45, now you'll have another way to get. You'll have Mid-County and not just North County and South County. It is a project that's been on the table for years between the Houston Galveston Area Council, Precinct 2, Charlie Riley Commissioner, also the city of Conroe and TxDOT. What I am told, and told repeatedly from all these entities, is that first off, the Houston Galveston Area Council is going to contribute a lot of money toward this project. But everyone else has to have skin in the game, including the city of Conroe, Precinct 2, and I think TxDOT's doing most of the planning. But we're told that this will move forward with an approved road bond. Now, a road bond has nothing to do with Conroe ISD or us. But we're told there's a possibility that a road bond would come forth in May, maybe, possibly. If it did, and then if the voters approved it, that's when presumably this construction on this project that's been a dream for years could start. So it really comes down to, we have to have a road bond before this road can start. And one thing, and you had a chance to go out there, I appreciate you going out there because it's eye-opening when you go out there. But I think people think they need to create a bridge across the river, and they do. But what people don't realize, they have to build a bridge across the river, the West Fork of the San Jacinto, but also you have to build a bridge across Lake Creek. So this is going to be a significant bridge, which is why it's so problematic and difficult to get done, especially without a road bond. And I said one time, I don't think it's going to be the Atchafalaya River Basin Bridge, but it's going to be a significant bridge when they're done. So it's a major project. This is not something that's going to happen even after they have passed a road bond, presumably. It's still going to take a while. But they have it planned. But like every sentence ends many times when our group up here tries to solve problems with all the strategy we have, it has to have money. So a road bond is what's out there. So I hope that helped, maybe, possibly, perhaps.
I have a question. In the reading of the comments, and I also second everyone's comments about the work that's gone into this and the hours and times, and in the hour and time that you've spent answering our many, many, many questions. So that being said, in the comments I read that there was a scenario where students would have to cross Research Forest walking.
In some of the early scenarios of the 18, Summerwood would have been potentially moved.
But not in 4.1?
Not in
Okay, that's all,
4.1.
that was my, didn't mean to cut you off, but I'm just
No.
saying, that's my main, I don't want
No.
to talk about it and then people be confused and then think we're
In
doing that.
4.1, Summerwood stays.
Good to clear up.
And then I do want to state that one of my concerns is, I realize we have to make a decision and there's not going to be we can only make the best decision with where we are at the moment. But my one concern that I'd like to put out there, that I'm sure you all have thought about, but I'm just going to reiterate it, is that when students are so far away from the schools where they attend, it makes it very difficult for relationships to happen outside of school, for a community of the students to build, because there's that distance of travel, 30 minutes easy for a parent to go take a child over to an event, a party, to even go to the school for a function, and then you add in traffic or the school schedules or work schedules, and it makes it very difficult to build those relationships. So just, I'm stating it in case, just to put it out there, to keep that in mind in the future as well.
President Odenwiller, just to piggyback
yes.
off of what you said, I totally agree. And I also think it could negatively impact ADA, because if we've got students running behind, we might not have them into school in time to account for their attendance. I think it could negatively affect our grades, because I think that it's very hard as a parent to get your kid to school early for tutoring or for some kind of extracurricular activity if you're really far from the school. So those are some of my concerns, and then I share those concerns about being able to build a community as well, because my son actually goes to Darachin, and I know that some of the parents of kids in his class that live really far away, we have a much harder time letting him play with those kids, and I see those relationships being formed with the kids that he rides the bus with and the kids that he's able to see really easily. So I do see that break in our community, and it's very concerning to me.
Well, and I would say there's a slide that I've shown many times, and I don't show it every time, but I showed it at the beginning of this process, of this journey. It has like 16 tiles on it that talk about the things that we consider as a committee. And the number one first tile is geographical proximity. But unfortunately, there's limits to what you can do. But geographical proximity is really the first thing we look at. So we agree. I agree. We agree. The committee. We agree.
Are we ready,
to
to
call the
vote?
vote?
No, I have, were you done?
No, I'm done, thank
Okay.
you.
No, Mr. McCord, again, I second everyone's comments. I thank you and the committee, the Attendance Boundary Committee, right? That's
Yes, ma'am.
EBC. And I also thank the board members that have reached out to you and reached out to others in the district to get information with regard to this decision. I think this is one of the hardest decisions we make as a board. I think we take so much into consideration when these rezonings or zonings are happening. This being a new school, this is a new zone. And that being said, I too drove out to the location where the school is being built the other day. And that is impressive. But one thing that struck me immediately is it's in a very low area. So mentioning that bridge, I do question the time that it's going to take to, I think that there's actually another study being done to maybe elevate the bridge even more because of recent flooding, I guess, since Harvey, maybe 2017 and beyond. When we made the decision to put that school in that location, did we take into account the future connection? Because I'm sure you're aware there's a lot of development on the other side of where that bridge is going to cut through in Grand Central Station. I think that's the name.
Grand Central Park.
Grand Central Park. Is that something 5-10 years down the road that we're going to be considering feeding those elementary age students to this Eisler Elementary?
I can only speak as of today, there are no plans for that. And for a
And
number-
I'm speaking far out.
Yeah, and 5-10 years down the road, I can't say for sure. I can say I would doubt it, because we don't really have capacity on the other side of the river either to add kids. We are operating close to capacity. The west side of Conroe is poised to start growing at some point pretty soon. It's
Right.
already pretty big. And remember, we already own land adjacent to Gordon Reed for an intermediate school. But there's been no inclination or plans or thoughts or musings or elaborations about moving anyone north of the river along when that road is ever completed. When it is completed. I'm not going to say if, but when it's completed.
Just looking at the geography and the decision to put that school in that location, which is it doesn't look like it was the best location, but it was what we got, right?
It was the only option.
Right.
We searched for land for probably 5 to 7 years, and I agree
yeah,
with you.
right.
It's not the best. It's just the only one we had.
But that being said, it's there now, and that bridge will be there soon, hopefully sooner than later, if everybody can get on the same page. So my thought is, in light of that known growth that's still happening in Foster's Ridge West, we still have River's Edge. That is, I don't know the percentage build out it's at right now, but there's a ton of growth that's going to happen in River's Edge. So that's in the back of my head. And then potential, when Bridge goes in, buses can travel, there's going to be additional growth in that west side of Conroe, west of 45. That school at 950, I look at 950, Suchma strikes me. It's just, I remember when Suchma opened, because I had lots of friends that moved into that Harper's Trace, I believe. They were so excited. It is 443 over capacity as we speak, and the portables. When that campus was being built and that growth, just like, what year did that open?
It was 18 or 19, I think it was.
2019.
2019.
So that's not that long ago. Were we considering at that point, because we made decisions to route kids to Suchma then, that 443 overage, were we anticipating that?
We always know there's going to be growth, but if
That's
the
almost 500 kids.
Well, we build schools where we can acquire land, and we build schools that we can afford at the time. But there's always a plan that there's going to be another school. And I can give you another example. For example, if things go well, shortly I'm going to talk to you about Campbell Elementary. So at Campbell Elementary is in Evergreen. Evergreen is a subdivision that's on the rise. You see the giant pine cone.
Very familiar.
So we have a plan to build, well, we're building Campbell Elementary. It's opening in a few months. But we also have proactive land in Ardavia to the southeast and Mavera, because we know there's growth that's coming. So when we build a school, it never is the end-all be-all school. You always know there's going to be an increased need. But lots of times we don't build until there's a need. The good thing, the one thing that separates Suchma from the discussion of what we've had regarding the Eisler and associated schools, Suchma had some capacity of land. There are 24 portable classrooms that sit at Suchma. The reason that the Eisler zoning is so important, we don't have anywhere close to that geography to put portables if we have increased growth in the Woodlands High School feeder. So the most land we have in the Woodlands High School feeder would probably be at Darichin, but even that is finite. And anytime we add a portable, we're taking away playground space, which we don't like to do that.
If I can follow up on the Suchma, yes, we knew it was going to be a capacity. So the bond planning committee for that bond, the next school that they had, if they could have added one more school, would have been a school to relieve Suchma in the 2019 bond, but it had to get squeezed and cut. So we knew that Suchma was going to be the school. I want to just foreshadow for you so that we all know that we're going to be sitting here in this conversation 3 years from now.
And that's
we're going to
not
have the
very
exact,
concerned.
well, we're going to have the exact same conversation about Bartlett 3 years from now. So just, I'm preparing you today. We will have the same conversation about Bartlett that we had about Suchma, because if we could have added one more school into the last bond, it would have been the elementary to relieve Bartlett, because we know, looking at the numbers, Bartlett is going to go well over capacity before the next bond. But there's a limit to what we can do, and so that just so we know, like, we're going to have this same conversation about Bartlett. Chris stresses about Bartlett every day. It's coming.
Well, that brings me to my next question, because, and hopefully my point is that had we anticipated the growth, say back on Suchma, and just maybe added a wing, added some capacity, added some classrooms for seats for those 443 kids, we wouldn't have needed said school. We could have afforded maybe that wing and not had to circle back and come back and build a separate school, or at that time if we had considered that. So my question regarding Eisler is, have we considered adding more capacity? Because we know in 5, 7, 10 years, we're going to have a bridge and we're going to have more population, we're going to have more kids. And whether we have a school at that time or money to build it, what we have now is that knowledge. So with that knowledge, could we consider the cost, tabulating that, adding a wing to alleviate some of the known growth? We know that connection's happening, we just don't know when.
Excellent question, and the answer is yes. And there's room.
There's geography, we have the land.
There's geography and topography, it's somewhat challenging but doable. A wing, if you were to add 10 or so classrooms onto Eisler Elementary at a time to be determined, if there was need, you're looking at probably between $8 to $10 million. Once we had the money and we got Simon Says Go, we'd be looking around 18 months turnaround time to get it built if we went.
Well, the need being, we need now, we know now that we're going to have growth in River's Edge. It's not built out. We're going to have continued growth in Foster's Ridge West. So we know that we're gonna have growth. And with that capacity at 950, we're gonna be moving portables out there in 3 years. When we're having that discussion about building a whole new school, when we could have the discussion now about how do we put 400 more seats in that building. I know that's huge, but we are a huge district and we have huge needs. And I think just that,
And that
I think
community has
evaluating
huge
that
growth,
possibility
yeah.
would be a good route, just because we're sitting in January. This school opens in August. I know we have other priorities coming up with zoning, but the fact that we haven't exhausted that conversation, maybe that would be something I would like to see happen, because we do have time.
But that would have to be a bond conversation. There are no
I think there's
funds.
many directions from that conversation could go. I would like to at least know that conversation has happened. I'd like to be a part of that conversation. I'd like to know that we've exhausted that option, because we've seen in the past, like in 2019, recent past, what happens when we build at 950 and we know the capacity is going to increase, or the need is going to increase.
I totally agree. We have added wings all over as needed.
Historically,
Once,
somebody picked
you
up
know,
on this.
You know, once a lot of times, and I get this way too, sometimes I'm prisoner of the moment. And I think these problems we're facing are just recent, but they're not. They've been faced by the district for 133 years. For example, we had to add a wing to Tuck. We had to add a wing to Derecho. We added a wing to
But
Mitchell.
after the fact.
You know,
Or-
well, somewhat. Mitchell, it was a year or two after the fact. It was very expedited.
Yeah.
So it depends on the situation. Even though all the figures show us that all these kids are coming, before we build and overbuild, we still need to see a little bit
But
of
we
data.
know that bridge is going in. I've talked to a councilman. I know that project is moving forward.
Yeah.
I
hope it is.
I hope the right people are involved in that conversation, but that not being in our control, this is in our control.
Could I make a recommendation? I would really like to see those that are interested in this topic continuing a discussion at a later time on this, for future planning, et cetera, and just forecasting. I know you are always on that, Mr. McCord, but I just would like to move forward on that. Do you have some other questions outside of that?
Yes, I do. So going back to comments you made during our discussion here, you said at Bush, that's one that were we at 130, 140? What's our capacity overage at Bush right now?
We are at 110% of capacity at Bush. The problem is which we could be at 110% capacity at Derecho, and I wouldn't be in a complete concern as much as I am, but the problem is it's bound by two churches on each side. There's literally nowhere to put a portable
I hear
building.
that. I've heard that several times, but I also heard that we're building a gymnasium there.
If we're able to get the numbers such that there's room to establish the laydown area and start construction.
So are we taking out, my question with regard to the mention of the gymnasium, are we moving classrooms out to put in the gymnasium?
Well, the gymnasium would be built outside. We have to have somewhere to put the kids while we build the gym.
No, sure, but
yeah, but-
permanently speaking, permanent structure, are we
But
knocking
we have
any
to move the
permanent
portables.
structures out?
We have to get the numbers to Bush low enough that we can remove the 6 portables, that we can start the gymnasium that will go where the portables are sitting right now, because we're so over capacity at Bush.
Do we currently have a cafeteria there that serves as a
Yes,
what do you
we
call
do.
that? Thank you. Dual
Colloquially
purpose?
called a cafegimatorium.
So they have that,
Yes.
option there. We're just creating a separate gymnasium for
Yes,
them.
it was part of bond 2023. The campuses that did not have gymnasiums are receiving gymnasiums.
Okay.
Elementaries.
So when we put, this may be a silly question, when we put money aside in a bond for a gymnasium, does it have, and we come across issues like this that we're discussing now with our capacity being pushed to the max at a brand new school within 3 years? That seems to be the magic number, 3 years. Could we explore using that money?
No.
It can't be used for that because bond money is specifically appropriated and voted on for those gyms, and it was put out, I mean, the way that the law reads, it has to be used.
So it has
for
to
that.
be used for a gymnasium.
I think we're getting a little off topic, guys.
Yeah, let me bring it back in.
We need to
Let me bring it back
vote.
in for you. So I'd really like to see that conversation had about the option to increase capacity somehow, some way at our new Eisler. and,
Well,
and in the
and
future.
didn't you say that the bond money that, had been set aside for building could be moved to another building if there was some left over? Do we anticipate any of the buildings to have money left over?
I think it'd be way too early to project that, but.
But we could.
But we could.
But just spiral back to, we agree with you. I've been talking about this for months, just using your crystal ball. I think what you.
Well,
what you
every
propose-
question, and I appreciate that, I do, and we talked about this last week when I was here for the audit committee meeting. I want to make sure the right people are having the conversation and that all options are explored before we make a decision about Eisler zoning, and we have time, it's January, so we have time to maybe at least.
I would like to vote tonight.
Yeah.
Today,
I
this morning.
I know Ms. McCord said this,
11.
but we really need zoning today because we have to staff the school. We really need that process to move. Future conversations can absolutely still happen. We can explore those, future bond committees and additions. We did additions in this last bond. We can do it again. But to the point that was made, we really need attendance boundaries today.
And more to my point, I just want that on the record. I want it noted that moving forward with schools, especially schools in areas such as this where we know the capacity and the growth that is coming, and so we have that crystal ball, so to speak, as Mr. Foster likes to say. I really want to make sure this is incorporated into the conversations moving forward.
Thank you for your 14 months of work that you put into this.
Okay, so are we ready to vote?
I'm ready to vote.
All those in favor of accepting the proposal that is 4.1 for Eisler Elementary, please, and it is Campbell as well, isn't it?
No, that'd be
It's just kept separate. Okay, for Eisler Elementary, please by lift up hands. Is that, I can't see everyone, is that 4? Okay, so that motion carries 4-3.
So next.
All opposed?
Yeah.
Thank you, I forgot to ask that question. I'm not used to that.
So next up, talking about Campbell Elementary. Campbell Elementary, as we mentioned, is going to be located in the Evergreen subdivision. It'll be K through 6. We've shown this graph before, this image. The biggest thing that stands out, I would show you, is that Suchma Elementary, it needs no introduction. I think people know the situation at Suchma. Special note at Ford, we're building a wing on the Ford to address Ford. As was mentioned by Mrs. Horton correctly, Ford is a split. It splits between the Grand Oaks feeder and the Oak Ridge feeder. Oak Ridge Elementary is a school that's right there along 45 on the feeder, and it is in a situational capacity issue right now. Remarked, I think people thought I was being tongue-in-cheek, but I was being serious. If we have to add another portable at Oak Ridge Elementary, we have to take the Gaga ball pit, but that will not be great. So I can tell by Mrs. Nelson's reaction, she knows how popular that is among youngsters. So moving forward, these campuses deserve recognition. Showing here the current map on the left, Oak Ridge Elementary in peachish, Suchma in blue, San Jacinto Elementary in that yellow beigeish color. San Jac has a really wide swath of geographical coverage. And so it also is a proud resident at the moment of having Evergreen, Movera, and Ardavia all within it. So you can see what it has. On the right, it shows you changes. You can see what would go from Oak Ridge to Elementary to Campbell would be North Glen Eagles, also Suchma to Campbell, and you can see San Jacinto to Campbell. So that San Jacinto to Campbell, if you see here, really wouldn't do much to relieve overcrowding at San Jac or at Grangerland, but it would help mitigate future growth at both. San Jac, if you realize Ardavia and Movera go there, San Jac is almost at capacity. It's a small, swell school, but it's going to grow quickly. It's going to need help. This shows you the 5th and 6th grade component. You see Vogel in that purplish color, Suchma in blue, and that brown beigeish color, that is Grangerland. It looks like it's making a muscle. And Grangerland, remember Grangerland, if you look at this, it's going to take Ardavia, it's going to take Movera, and it's going to take Spring Branch Crossing. So a lot of growth is coming to Grangerland in the future. And this on the right shows you the changes at the 5th and 6th grade level. Where you had Oak Ridge Elementary, you insert Vogel. Suchma is a K through 6 school, so it's still, so it's a K through 6. It shows you what you have there. And then Grangerland to Campbell. What you get in the end is this. You get Oak Ridge Elementary under capacity, Gaga ball pit safe. You get San Jac, really little change for what's actually there, but mitigation against future growth. Vogel, largely unaffected. Grangerland, some future relief knowing it's coming from all directions for Grangerland. Suchma, it gets close to our goal of 750. And Campbell comes in close to our 750 goal at 704. And Campbell will receive lots of its growth from Evergreen. So this is what the committee liked about the Campbell vote. And so I'm here for questions. If you have any questions about Campbell.
I do have a comment.
Yes.
I do. Going back to your comments back, no, not in your slides. But with regard to Mavera and us having the land confirmed in Mavera and also in the Ardavia neighborhood, do we know which type of schools we might want to be?
I have to have a motion first. I'm sorry, before we start discussing. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, keep going.
Thank you. Do we know what type of schools those will be? Or do we anticipate what we might be looking at for Mavera especially?
We have, obviously we would need bond money to build them, so we haven't really started designing and planning those schools. As we get closer and there's a need, we would start to do that. But right now we don't have money, and honestly, we are swamped with planning all the parts of Bond 2023. So we have sites, we have dreams. What we don't have yet are plans or money.
Okay.
But we do have a need that we know is
Okay.
coming, so you're dead on accurate.
Just wanted to know. Thank you so much.
But it's great to know that we have land.
Yes, I do
Because
appreciate that we have land.
Because without land, it's all a moot point.
Because we've at least we've gone that route and
We've
gone
got
into the extent of at least planning
Yes,
that much.
ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
And that only goes up in price.
Yes.
Any other questions? Are we ready to vote?
Just one
yes.
quick one. Can Suchma sixth graders next year be able to stay at Suchma?
Absolutely. If their parents fill out a transfer request, they would be allowed to stay. In fact, that's a great question, and I would encourage people to Google Conroe ISD attendance boundary process, and there's a litany of questions that address anything they may have. It gives thorough answers. It's worth your time. I'm not just saying that because I helped design it, but I do genuinely feel it'd be worth looking at. So yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Good
thank
question.
you. That's
Thank
my only
you.
question.
Are we ready to vote? All those in favor show by the uplifting of hands. Okay, the vote carries unanimously.
Thank you, Mr. McCord.
Okay.
Okay, moving on. You're still up,
I
sir.
think I'm still here.
Item 5B, consider and approve submission of the application to the Federal Emergency Management Agency.
Okay, so what I'm here for you to this morning. Yeah,
We're still mourning, please.
Yeah, never had a doubt. We're coming before you to ask for your blessing, your approval to move forward with two applications through the Federal Emergency Management Agency, also known as FEMA, regarding hazard mitigation grants, and I'll explain. So these grants, if you approve and allow us to apply and move forward, they provide funding to help mitigate future problems in a way that reduce our losses for what may happen in the future. And I'll tell you about the two plans we have. We would be required, if you approve, and if we are awarded, which we would still have to be awarded, all I'm asking for is approval to apply, which is a part of the grant. I have to have your approval to apply. We would be required to match 25%, a quarter of the awarded amount. So before I go forward, I must say, most of the legwork for this was done by Marshall Schrader and his team and Dana Boyer. They are fantastic, and I cannot say enough good things. I don't have enough adjectives to describe them in a positive way. I appreciate them. But what we're looking for are two grants, of which we're asking for two independent votes to allow us to apply. One would be for Reeves Elementary. Reeves Elementary, in the back of the cafeteria, there's a hill that slopes toward the back southeast side of the cafeteria. Water tends to come off a hill and intrude into the cafeteria when we have an average or significant rainfall. That water is unwelcome in the cafeteria, and although Mrs. Walker, Nicole, and her team do a great job and they don't complain, it needs to be fixed. There is a channel that is designed to prevent that water from intruding in the cafeteria, but it needs to be expanded and another channel needs to be added. So the first grant we would ask for to apply for would be to mitigate water intrusion in the Reeves Elementary. The second one would be for the replacement of 10 generators that support the freezers and coolers in kitchens at multiple locations that experience food loss during barrel. Also a wastewater treatment plant backup generator and a backup generator that does the water well that allows the Caney Creek feeder pattern really to exist for the most part. So these are all items, both Reeves and their generators, that have to be replaced anyway. They are at the end of life. These 10 generators, after many days, gave up the ghost during Hurricane Beryl. We apply, and we're eligible to apply because maintenance did a great job of maintaining them and taking care of the records. If we were to apply for the 10 generator grant, it would be up to $1,200,000. Our responsibility would be a quarter of that, or $300,000. If fully granted, the potential savings to us would be $941,250. So that's what we're asking for regarding FEMA. Marshall Schrader, I believe, is behind me somewhere. He may be able to answer any advanced questions, but we're just asking to apply.
So we're having to do two motions, just to make sure everyone understands that. And I need a motion first that we move forward with the application process on the water intrusion grant. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay.
I have a quick question. The potential aggregate savings is $941,000. Can you describe a little bit how you calculated that amount?
Well,
And obviously, it's two different grants that we're discussing, but I'm assuming that's all together.
the dollar value that we're eligible to ask for, the $1,200,000 and the $55,000, that is just what we would say. If the 3/4 that we would not be paying, that's what that is. It just adds up that for items that they have to be fixed anyway. But we would rather have a grant pay for 3/4 of them versus local.
Okay, I thought you were
No, good
calculating
question.
future damage or something.
No,
Okay.
I'm not a math guru either, but that's what that is. I had
Okay.
Mrs. Garza check.
And also, have we applied for the hazard mitigation FEMA grants in the past?
We have not. This would be our first foray. And sources close to us tell us we have a great chance of being awarded this. We think it'd be well worth our time, and so.
Is there a
that's why
reason we haven't in the past?
I don't know we've ever known about them, or they've ever existed. Marshall, do you know that these existed before, or these have come out of Beryl?
He's right behind you.
In the past, we haven't filed for FEMA claims. Most of the time, we file through our insurance company, and this is the one opportunity that it was a recognized storm that we were able to file for FEMA.
Because of the national emergency.
Natural
Yeah.
disaster. Yes,
Okay.
I have a question. The $300,000, did you state that was for both of them, for both?
Potentially.
Potential? And what is the timeline projection of when we would be responsible for that 25%?
That's a good question.
My understanding is so it is a competitive grant, so there'll be other school districts that apply. I don't think everybody will have the same documentation that we have, but once it's awarded, we've received not to exceed quotes to be able to replace those generators. So really the timeline for replacing is the length of time it takes us to get the generators in. And typically, Ms. Garza may help me, but I think we fund in advance, and then FEMA reimburses us.
That was going to be my next question. Was that factored into our budget that's already in a shortfall?
It would come out of capital projects.
Okay, and I know that, when we have water coming in, or we have generators not working, there are certain things that we have to look at, but I just wanted to know that.
And for clarity.
They are working. We've got them back and running. It's just because the extended runtime, they went down and we lost food.
Okay.
Gave us the opportunity.
This is in an effort to prevent future losses.
That's correct. Yes, ma'am.
Did we know about the issues with the water and the generators prior to Beryl?
Again, they weren't issues. They did run. They had service records on them. We service them on a regular basis.
Okay.
But due to the long extended runtime,
Sure.
they ended up going down. And the fact that we can file and get a 75% paid for generator, we wanted to take that opportunity.
For sure.
But to answer your question too, the water at Reeves has been coming in for a while, and it needs to be fixed. And we've got a plan. But Mrs. Oldwell, the $300,000, that's our responsibility for the generators. It's 13 and change for Reeves Elementary. So our responsibility, they're independent of each other.
Right.
The aggregate savings would be $941.
And we have done mitigation on Reeves. It's just temporary mitigation. We put what they call quick dams at the door to keep the water from intruding in. But this would be a permanent, our hope is that this would be a permanent mitigation.
Any other questions?
Are we aware of any strings attached to this money?
Other than a quarter that we have to pay for it. And I guess the strings is the incredible amount of work that Marshall's team had to put together to put us into position to apply. That would be the strings.
So no other requirements, nothing that we're going to have to
Nothing
do that we
know of.
haven't anticipated?
And there's no guarantee, but I think we have a good chance. We've been told there's a good chance.
Procedurally, there's a question in the audience. Are we allowed to address it? Procedurally, I'm just saying. Okay, so could you send me your question? Thank you very much. Because this is just the application process. So
Correct.
we're not voting on moving any more than that. So send me your question or the board, someone, and we'll follow up on it. Thank you. Okay, any other questions besides that? Okay, all those in favor of, oh, sir?
So Reeves, I think we have to do them separately.
They
Yes,
are.
I have
So
them
the motion on the
separate.
table is for Reeves.
Yes, sir.
You're good.
So all those in favor of the Reeves application process, please show by the uplifting of hands. Okay, the motion carries. And we will move on to a motion. I'll entertain a motion. I guess I should have done that before, but it kind of got lumped together. For the generator replacement application. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all those in, do I have any discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please show by the uplift of hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, the motion carries. Both of them, sorry, I didn't say that. Both motions carry.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McCord.
That was a very high level. Okay. All right, on to our next item, 5D. Receive information and possibly take action to modify the 25-26 school calendar. Dr.
Dr. Upshaw.
Upshaw, there you go. I was going to use the whole name, Cicero Upshaw.
Either is fine. President Odenwiller, members of the board, and Dr. Knoll, tonight, I apologize. It's just a habit, right? Years of presenting in the evening. At this time, we are going to share some information with you on the request of the board to look at possible changes for the 2025-2026 school calendar. So you receive this information and then you can make the decision to stay or to have an action to move forward with a possible change to the calendar. So when we came to you last month, we had a conversation about some changes in the neighborhood universities and surrounding school districts and what they were doing with spring break. So at that time, we gave you this information. We have since then updated some spring breaks some school districts have made action or they have made decisions, and those are highlighted in yellow. We also made sure that we clarified some universities of when the spring breaks were. So we went ahead and made those changes. So as you can see, Sam Houston State, Texas A&M are within the same spring break week that our current calendar has for 2026. Houston ISD has 2 drafts that are out. Their 2 drafts have that week. And then Humble and New Caney have made final decisions, their board have, to have spring break during the week of the 16th and 20th. At that time, we had a conversation about doing 2 things. You asked us to go to our district level planning committee. That is the committee that helps work this process and makes a recommendation to you on how you can approve our school calendar. And then also you requested that we have a response for our community, which included staff, parents, and community members. That survey did run through January 17th. Here are the responses, the final responses from the survey. And one thing that I just want you to note, and the district level committee also wanted to note on their meeting on January the 15th, is the amount of responses that were received. You can see here that the responses received were 6,215. However, only 5,893 completed it. And you can see the responses were in favor at 54% of moving the spring break week, and 46 were in response to stay. One thing I do want to point out that the responses approximately from last year about 16,000. So I just want to put that out there, the amount of responses in which we based our decisions last year on both calendars were based on that high number, which was unprecedented amount. In the last 3 years that I worked on the calendar, we usually averaged about 10,000, so people were really engaged in the process. So at this time, we also shared this with you in advance, just some changes, the current without changes upon the request of Trustee Sumler. We did post a current calendar on site to let people know, hey, we're looking at something, right? So it was pending review. And so there's the calendar without the changes and the proposed change. A question that was also asked by our community was, would the end of the 9 weeks change? So the end of the 9 weeks would change to be, if we moved spring break, it would move from the current one, which is March the 6th to March the 13th. So the district level committee had the following recommendations. They would like for you to consider to keep the current without changes. Of course, it is within your purview to choose how you want to move forward. And these were the primary reasons for making the specific recommendation. The weeks of instruction prior to the end of the year state required assessments. Earlier we have come to you and we've talked to you about all those requirements, state required assessments. Normally people think STAR, that's not the only state required assessment. We have many assessments along with like literacy profiles, things that we have to do, they're required by the state. So teachers have that extra week to be able to finish out doing that. The weeks of instruction for seniors prior to graduation, they also asked. So currently on the calendar that we have right now, it's 8 weeks of instructions for seniors prior to graduation versus the change would be 7. So please know that most seniors that week prior to, we're finishing out EOCs, advanced placement, AP credit exams, all those testing things that happen in May. And one of the primary reasons they wanted you to really just consider is the time change. As you currently know, school starts for some of our high school folks at 7:10 in the morning, 7:15. Daylight savings was that buffer week. So, when we do daylight savings, that means we lose an hour. So that means normally over spring break, kids are getting used to that daylight savings versus we would be looking at that on the weekend and then coming to school literally at 6:10 in the morning, 6:15 in the morning. So those are just the things that they wanted you to consider as you move forward. So at this time, it is up to you as a board to decide how you would like to move forward. I'm here available for questions.
Do I have a motion to accept the calendar as it is and make no changes?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I put May and Nelson on that just to let you know. I watched where your eyes went. And then, is there any discussion?
I just have one quick question, Dr. Upshaw. You mentioned 16,000 responses on the survey the last time that we had it, and only 5 or so thousand for this new one. For the 16,000, were they aware of that? Was it pretty obvious that this was the first time we've been planning for a 2-year calendar? Do you think that the 16,000 people knew that it was the 2-year that they were applying for? Because I know people were like, whoa, where'd that come from? We're hearing that a lot from people, so I just want to make sure.
We look at facts. We didn't advertise that we were planning for 2 calendars. That was only up in discussions with our district level committee.
Okay.
I wouldn't say that we put that in a statement when we sent out the survey.
It was in big bold letters.
But
Okay.
Just so that you're aware, when we had conversations internally with our principals and staff and community, we did have that. So I would say that, yes, internally people knew that we were having some considerations.
Yeah, I think a key factor, which we didn't talk about last time, was daylight savings. That's huge. I have 6 high schoolers, so that extra hour is a big change. So thanks for pointing that out.
Well, those were teachers that pointed that out to us from the district level committee.
That was impact. I hadn't thought of it either.
I know.
And when they brought it up in the meeting, it was like, oh, that's genius to think about that.
Big, yeah.
And it was impactful in the
Makes it a lot
conversation.
easier to decide for me. Are you ready to call the vote?
I do want to say that while 54% that were surveyed this time were in favor, it really concerns me to even consider, as we've already stated, I wasn't in favor of a 2-year calendar, but I also don't want to go and change things on people. It makes me very concerned to do that when it's been public for over a year. So I don't want to discount the people that participated in this process, but I also am looking at what has taken place before. So any other comments or questions? All right, are we ready to call a vote? All those in favor of leaving the calendar as it is, please show by the uplift of hands. Okay, that's a 7-0 vote.
Thank you very much.
Motion carries.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Enjoy that trip.
Yay.
Where are we going? That's what I
Send you a picture from the Caribbean.
Thank you very much. I have a request that we, okay, let's go ahead. We're going to take a break after 5E. So if we could just keep going with item 5E, receive update regarding the 2024-2025 District Improvement Plan. And I believe that's Dr. Medford, please.
All right, no pressure in between you guys and a break, so here we go. I know.
That was a
We have
hint.
Snacks, yes, well, I received. All right, President Odenweller, members of the board, Dr. Knoll. I'm here to give you an update on board monitoring of our district improvement plan. We talked, I believe it was the December workshop. There's been a lot going on between when we had the conversation and now of sharing more updates with you about the goals that we're working on, and then also sharing them for our public to hear. So you've received this information already, so I'm going to go through it rather quickly, but here to answer any questions. Special shout out to Dr. Campbell and Allison Lehrman, our first two to participate in this new process. So lots of work. They did a great job for you guys. So for today, we're looking at social studies is the first one. It's under goal 1 for student achievement, specifically performance objectives 11 through 13. So performance objective 11 monitors our emergent bilingual students, and that meets level for the 8th grade U.S. History STAR. So the strategies connected for that are really those vertical alignment pieces that help make sure that those specific TEKs that we see that make the biggest impact on that 8th grade assessment, that our teachers have all of the strategies and our students are making progress at the younger grades so that we know that it builds up to that 8th grade assessment. So in green, you have an update that you didn't receive. We've had quarterly assessments since you received his update in December. So that's why they're in green, just to kind of help differentiate that for you guys. So you can see the performance and quarterly assessment 1 and 2 for both strategies. And then strategy 3 and 4 are just the 4th grade and the 7th grade, same thing, those vertical alignments up to that assessment for 8th grade STAR. Objective 12 looks at the EOC for our 11th graders, specifically the TEK on differentiating sources of information. Same process. Each strategy looks at how are we building that knowledge so that the students, those things that vertically align up, to make sure that they're prepared to do the best that they can on that TEK, all of the ones that connect together. So you see a strategy 1 monitors 9th and 10th graders and how they did on QA1 and QA2. Strategy 2 are those 11th honors students. These are only the kids that are assigned to that class. It does not include AP or dual enrollment because they have a different scope and sequence, so they aren't included in that data, but they will take the assessment. Just a little side note. And then performance objective 13, this is also connected to results-driven assessment, which is what we call RDA. So this is connected there where we're looking at our ESL and special education students on that 8th grade STAR assessment, and you can see there that we have it broken down by both sub-pops and how they did on QA1 and QA2. Same thing, you can see the pattern. What TEKs, right, do they roll up to so that they can build on that knowledge throughout their younger grades so that they can perform the best that they can on those older grade assessments. And strategy 3 is 4th through 8th grade, looking at that training. Any questions about social studies? All right, next we're looking at our goal 4, safe and collaborative school culture. Student support services monitors this goal. We're looking at a performance objective 6 and 7. So this performance objective 6 really looks at that multi-tier systems of support. This really looks at, we help kids monitor and manage behavior just like we would help a student who needs help with math and reading. So how are we working together as a school community to make sure that kids have all the supports they need? A lot of that starts with our teachers and the professional development, and what are we offering to give them all the tricks and tools they need to help students be successful? And then how are we making sure that students remain in class and that they're managing behavior? So monitoring those behavior notifications and making sure that we're
logging and processing this growth in our branching mind system. It's a system that helps us with our interventions. Oh. And then this performance objective 7 monitors disproportionality, making sure same thing. The idea is we know kids learn when they're in class with their teacher. That's where we know where the magic happens. So what can we do to make sure that that happens? And one of the things is using our problem solving teams and monitoring our disproportionality rate for our students. This is measured in 2 different ways that the state has us do it. We've seen great success over the years, and so this is a continual monitor of that. So the next meeting you will have, there'll be a little bit more because there'll be more time in between now and that next meeting since we had the winter break. Next meeting, I'll bring to you instructional technology and libraries, elementary language arts and math, and then some of our CTE data. Just in case anyone's wondering, it was like, we're doing 4 and 1. Part of it was the boardogram is something that was set in the summer with the schedule, and we allowed our departments to sign up based on when it was best for them. So once we had this new monitoring system, we didn't want to change that on them. So we just kind of attached what they were already doing and added this piece. So just so everybody kind of knows the method to the madness for this year, and then we can relook at it based on feedback and what you guys think moving forward.
Are there any questions?
I have one question. Can we go back to Student Support Services Performance Objective 7?
Yes.
I'm curious to know, why this goal, focusing on the disproportionality rates of students removed from the classroom.
So this is sorry, let me make sure. We have let me make sure I have the right word. It's monitored in RDA, and it's also monitored, let me get you the exact name, our discipline data validation, okay? So those are 2 different ways. It's been years, truthfully, where we had to report a plan to the state to do better in these areas, and we've really seen growth from that, and we want it to keep going, so we've continued to monitor this moving forward to make sure. You can see, like, one of the conversations we had amongst the team was the foster student numbers high. Part of that is we start having the conversations. Is it a certain place? Is it a certain area? Do we need to send more supports? Right? It allows us at the district level to recognize situations and say, is there a campus that needs our help? Is there a home? There could be a foster home that needs our help. Sometimes we have RTC residential treatment centers that could possibly need extra support. In this case, what we noticed, it's such a small group of kids that when you have a placement out, we see that number jump up. So, but those are the conversation. It helps us make sure that the supports we're giving our campuses are in the right place.
So are you saying it's a state requirement? Sorry, with the RDA?
So RDA monitors special ed and all of the different disproportionalities, and then this discipline validation. That's where you talk about, I think this might be Misty's favorite word we talked about when she first became a board member. Sometimes we call it getting dinged. I knew you would have that reaction. So basically if it's too high, based on their reporting categories, they tell us we need to have a plan for you to make this better, and we have to turn that into them. We have not had to do that. I don't know the exact number of years, I knew by the face. We don't know how many years it's been, but we've done really well, and part of it's from just monitoring, having the conversations, and making sure that we see and provide the help as needed at the different campuses.
Back to the ding, ding, ding. My big deal is, and then I've said it numerous times, Trustee Dawson, that I'm not really as concerned about the disproportionate as much as I am that we're providing everything we need for them, and that we are documenting what we are doing, the strategies and the steps. If it's disproportionate, which I'm glad it's gone down, but not at the risk of students remaining disruptive or causing problems in a classroom. I'd much rather us go back to the state and state, yes, we were disproportionate, but let us explain to you, this is what we did, this is how it's documented, and protect our learning environments, our teachers, our students in the classroom, as well as try to help that student that may have been removed for DAEP. That I just, again, restate that. That's more important to me than, and not worrying about the ding as long as we are actually doing what we're supposed to be doing. Because I think if we can prove that and we show it, they're not going to hold it against us. That's just what they want to see, is that we're doing it properly. So I'll just restate that.
When it says the expected result, out of placement rates will decrease and become more balanced across all student groups, I have to be honest, that feels very DEI to me. I think for future dips, we need to amend this performance objective, so.
Yeah, I'm still not clear, is this required by the state to break it down this way, or are we breaking it down
Yes,
this way?
no, it's that the state,
on
this is
our
how the
end?
state monitors it.
But
I
is it
can send,
required?
I can,
Yes.
I can send you this large document of the data where it tells you how to calculate it and explains it, and it talks about DAEP. We monitor discretionary DAEP, so this is more looking at it as a whole, because we know when kids are in class they learn best, so we want to know, but they break it down even to that degree in special ed as well.
I was just confused from previous comments. You said it was required, and then it wasn't clear if it was still required ongoing.
It is required. We have not had, it's required to monitor it, and we have to report it to the state. We have not had to submit a plan back to them that says how we're going to fix it, because we've done well in the past previous years of not
we're
being
showing
disproportionate.
proportionate discipline. Is that what you're saying? Like we haven't
We
had
have
any
not
dings
received a ding,
because-
and we don't know how many years it's been, but it hovers around that. So it talks about this one indicator, which is DAEP. So drilling it down even further to DAEP, it talks about it not being more than 2 times higher. So those are the things that the state measures within this that we have to send in.
So to Trustee Dawson's point, when you were saying if we could take that out, what were you referring to? I'm just curious when you said.
I mean, I think the focus should be on reducing the rates of students removed across all groups, not just balancing out among different groups.
So we try to drill it down so we know where we need support, right? And the reasons that we need the support, whether that's with our teachers in specific classrooms, if it's community, whatever it is, we want to watch it so we know exactly where, instead of making broad general statements of support, it's like, where can we need help with? And we know it's very different depending on the reasons that you're removed out of placement. And so they do a really good job of watching it.
And we can change our language to say that, but the state is still going to monitor it this way, unless they change their ways. But it's their system, not ours.
And we also monitor it by campus so that you can see which specific campus.
Absolutely.
So
just out of curiosity, if we
when
get
sorry, go
oh,
ahead,
sorry.
Melissa.
What happens when we get dinged? Is it a number or
It's a report that we have to submit. It's paperwork is usually the punishment if I'm correct.
I was around when we did it. I was on the committee that had to deal with it. So they require you to form a giant committee, do big reports, processes, plans for how you're going to fix it. Then they go into a heavier level of monitoring. It's a typical bureaucratic punishment, I would say.
You monitor your highest, we have an RDA plan that we monitor locally right now, but it's like, who are the highest contributing campuses? So you'll see some of that language as you kind of go through the dip. That's usually connected to RDA, but it would be the same thing. Where is it? What are you doing? How are you helping them? What are you doing to support them? So,
Trustee May?
That was my question, but just a follow-up question, are we financially, I hate to say dinged, but are we financially dinged if that's disproportionate? Surely we're not.
No, I don't believe there's a change of funding. It's just
it's a staff.
The financial loss would be in what we're paying the staff to go
Yes,
through the
that's-
process. That was where I guess you'd say you're financial, because you have principals and teachers and everybody sitting in committee meetings instead of doing their normal job.
But we don't make decisions about
No.
discipline or behavior based off of
No.
that, correct?
No.
I was going to point that out. I would certainly hope our discipline isn't being driven by these numbers.
We monitor after the fact.
You also mentioned about the foster care. I just would like to bring attention to the fact that we have 65 group homes or foster care orphanages in the Montgomery County area. And that is actually a large population, maybe not percentage-wise to our 74,000 students, but it's critical that we're aware of that as a county. That's a lot of students. So I just wanted to make sure we brought attention to that.
And they come with a lot of needs as
Just
well.
a quick question, just for clarity. So when you give the numbers for foster, does that mean they're not Black, Hispanic, or white? Since you have Black, Hispanic, and white separated?
They could be also.
Okay, so they're
It's a separate
just
reporting
okay.
category, so it would pull back all of the kids in. So they could be white, they could be 2 or more, they could be
Okay.
Asian, they could be. They
Okay,
just
thank
also
you.
have the foster label.
Can I ask one more question about the dip that is not related to these two categories? The student achievement objective number 1, which is about 3rd grade reading increasing from 52% to 56%. Can you explain to us why we have that as our number 1 objective under student achievement, but it's already been met? Because it's a House Bill 3 goal. So it's one of those things, you know, when I explained the dip, like we have the dip and then we have all of these extra things that are required that we put that in there. So that's one of them. That is a separate board approved item that will be coming back to you for us to update because it needs to and it's time. So we'll have that in a workshop this summer. So you notice that that's the goal. It has to be that way because that was board approved HB3 goal. That's a 5-year plan. But the strategies within are really what we watch on the quarterly basis to make sure that we're growing and continuing to outpace that number. But it needs to be revised and it will this summer. So there was no way for us on this particular one to actually increase the goal since we had already met it. We actually had to write it exactly the same way as the HB3 goal. We would have had to come to you and had a workshop session to change the HB3 goals in order to change that goal in the dip. Okay. It's one of those layering things that we're all figuring out. So okay. Thank you. Mm-hmm. So you'll see that. I'll present that in the annual report coming to you in February, and we'll mention that again. And then it'll come to you as a workshop in June, and we'll redo our HB3 goals for the next 5 years. Thank you.
Any other questions or discussion?
Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you, Dr. Medford.
Thank you.
Okay, and with that, it is 11:51. We're going to take a quick break and return here at noon, please. Time is 12:02 and we are back in session. We'll start with item 6A, planning and construction. And it's the renovation for the Woodlands High School. Mr. Foster?
Officially, good afternoon, President Weller, members of the board, Dr. Knoll. It's my pleasure to bring forward for your consideration and approval the guarantee maximum price amendment, which is the project for the Woodlands High School renovations, and then ask Dr. Knoll to execute the documents that allow us to do that work. So back in February of 2024, our Board of Trustees selected Poe Construction to be our construction manager at risk. So that's part one of this contract. We partnered Poe with our design team, which is VLK for this job, together with our departments and VLK. Poe, we worked up the plans, publicly advertised for bids to the marketplace, received those bids, compiled them in a guaranteed maximum price. So the amendment is actually just adding the price for the actual work to the contract, and this time we're requesting your approval of a total of $49,695,000 for this work.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
A second?
Second.
Discussion? Okay, I have a few questions.
Certainly.
What is the total square footage on this project? I saw that up on the summary it said 455,000 square feet, but I wasn't sure if that was the whole scope of the project or what that was in relation to.
So I've got the total square footage for the Woodlands High School at 487,947 square feet. The scope of this project is the main building and the band hall. So the field house that's on the outside, some of the outbuildings we're not messing with currently, so we're focused on the main building. Well, we're touching all of that main building in some form or fashion, but new carpet, new floorings, new walls, new wall coverings. We're addressing air conditioning issues throughout the building. We're also putting a new roof and a new building envelope on that campus as well, and increasing some covered seating areas in the lunch courtyard in the middle. So this, total square footage should be about 487,000.
Okay, and then that is, basically it's with the exception of the HVAC equipment and so forth, it's more of a aesthetic improvement. We're not adding seats.
We're not adding any seats here, so this is addressing the building as it currently stands.
Okay, and then I noticed that We are spending $2.2 million on flooring for carpeting, and that doesn't include tiling and so forth, but let's just talk about the carpeting. But then I notice over on another area in the bid, I believe it's D, it talks about that we're going to be spending $300,000 on covering of the floors that go in to protect them. And I'm just curious why we would need to spend $300,000 to protect floors during a renovation if we don't put the floors in first. I mean, what are we needing to protect at the tune of $300,000 and why?
So on the building of this size and magnitude that's currently occupied and operational for the district, we can't move kids out, renovate, move kids back in. So, and we can't also do the air conditioning and the flooring at the same time. So one part of the building is getting air conditioning work above the ceiling. The floor underneath it has to be protected, while the other end of the building is getting new flooring. And then as summers progress, we'll swap. So we want to make sure what we do put down new, and even what we put down or what we have existing that has to survive another school year in the process, make sure it is protected.
Okay, let me see if that was my question.
Really quickly, could you reference what bond this is regarding?
This is a project that was called for specifically in the 2023 bond.
2023, thank you. Oh, I see the theater space over at the Woodlands too. They're in need.
Okay, under Exhibit D, 09A, finishes, preservation, and execution, it's $1 million. Can you tell me what that description is? Because I tried to, in my research, tried to figure that out through some other contractors and so forth, and no one understood or has seen that referenced before. And $1 million is a lot, so I want to make sure I understand.
So which item specifically?
Exhibit D from POG 09A, finishes, preservation, and execution for $1,888,000.
Yeah, you can see they identify the scope there in the
Below
item
under
above, right.
09.
So from 09A, starting with item number 2, 3, 7, 8, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, and 19, total up to that $1,088,270.
09. Oh, okay, I see where you're talking about. Okay, and I had highlighted that, so that's probably why. Okay, and what grade of, where do I note in here the grade of the quality that we were bidding this on?
I don't exactly understand your question.
I'm so sorry. The grade of, like, what quality of carpet, what quality of, like, level
Well, that would be the carpets were specified in the project manual. All right, so, I mean, typically the carpets we specify are power bond, parquet, roll goods is the same manufactured material that you see here in the boardroom. So it's performed well for us over many decades.
So is that like, it's not a tier one, a top tier product, it's not a low tier, is it somewhere in the middle? Or just durability?
Well, I mean, the manufacturer promises durability. The carpet itself has a lifetime warranty. So once it's installed, we'll get tired of it by the time we want to replace it.
And we didn't see the full drawings or schedule of values in here. Is that on that flash drive?
So a schedule of values would be the pay app that is generated from this approval. So this is a guaranteed maximum price itemized budget. It's not intended to be an individual schedule of values or an individual GMP for any one line item. But as we move forward into construction, we're asking for your authorization to proceed for POG Construction to actually contract and obligate the district to the subcontractors for this work. And so that schedule of values will be coming shortly, but it's not, if you said no, they wouldn't even work on that.
Okay.
And really quick, Mr. Foster, I know you mentioned the 2023 bond. How much did we have set aside, remind me, for the Woodlands renovations?
So and I didn't come prepared with the total number, but this construction number fits the budget target that was in that, within what the public
So we're within
voted on.
target?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, all those in favor of the motion to approve this renovation project and move forward, show by the uplift of hands. 7.
55.2 million is the total budget allocated to the Woodlands High.
Thank you. That'd be great to include in these when we're talking about bonds. Thank you.
Well, I mean, there's a great deal that builds from construction to that, so I can include a summary with it, but that
Okay.
won't be a big issue.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, item 6B on the new junior high school project for Conroe feeder zone.
At this time, we request your approval of the new junior high in the Conroe feeder zone. So this would be, again, approval of the price for this project. Back in January of 2024, our board selected Duratec as our construction manager at risk. We paired them with our design team for this project is the DLR group. Together with our district, our departments, this team put together the plans, publicly advertised them, received our bids, compiled those bids, and are presenting for your approval now a request for approval of the project at $108,595,823.
Do I have a motion to accept this?
So moved.
And second?
Second.
Was that May? Sorry. Thank you. Discussion?
I have a quick question. I was just looking on page 6 and I saw that there was a practice football field and a competition football field. Competition was $370,000 and the practice was $573,000. I was just wondering if you could explain like what the difference is, or are there 2 fields or is it 1 field or what?
Well, I mean, all of our junior high, our ed spec calls for a competition field and practice field. So the practice fields, there's more than one. There's 2 of them. So 2 practice fields and a competition field make 3 total for a junior high school. So the difference in the price essentially is, although there's some differences in the 2 fields, because we spend more on the competition area than we do on the practice areas, but practice areas are twice the size of the competition area.
So 3 fields total.
Yes, ma'am.
Will turf be included on those fields?
Natural. All our junior highs are natural grass.
Okay, great.
Okay, I learned a new term. So sorry. I learned something new this time, and that I didn't ever ask what happens with our 20% bond money that comes back when we close out a project. Where does that money go? Because I've never thought about it or asked that when we closed out a project in the past, like Hines Elementary recently. So I know it takes the time for that to come back around, but how do we account for that and where does it go?
So you're actually talking about a bond rebate that the
Yes.
general contractors may or may not receive at the end of a project.
He's like puckering there.
No, I'm not puckering. I mean, but
Well,
there's not a guarantee that those rebates
Right,
exist.
it isn't.
Correct.
It isn't, but I'm just asking how often, I mean, it goes to the contractor, not to us.
I mean, that is a typical bonding company contractor relationship. So those rebates do exist. If they do good and have a few claims, they would probably get some money back from their insurance company on their bonds at the end of the year. But if they do have claims, those rebates may not happen. So historically, our contracts have not been written to include those, because it would have us holding on to projects for many, many years to try to realize that potential return. So what we do is we recalculate the bond premium at the end of the project. So if there is savings, we'll take a reduction in the bond premium. If there's overages, we'll fight over whether or not I need to pay for the additional bond premium on an overage. But most of the time, we're taking a bond premium reduction at the end, and we're leaving the potential rebates to contractors' conversations with their insurance companies, because they're not a guarantee and they're not always around.
So they are the ones that actually put forward the bond, not us?
The general contractor purchases a bond from their bonding company
Okay.
and presents us on a certificate.
Okay, great. That explains it to me then, because I was under the impression that with us being CMAR, that we were having to bond our project, so we're not.
Right, when we have to bond, every project we do that's above $25,000, we're required to receive bonds from our contracting agent. So whoever, if it's a JOC or if it's a straight bid or if it's a CM at risk, our contractors, once they pass $25,000 threshold, must provide bonds as part of the process.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other discussion?
And this is also part of the 23 bond and on target? There
Yes,
weren't
ma'am.
any surprises or anything?
No,
Okay.
no surprises here.
What's the budget allocation for this?
For the budget allocation for construction was $108 million and change.
Total project is 138.
So that total project, for matter of clarification, pays for the design, for the outfitting, the furniture, fixtures, equipment, the computers, the learning materials, all the things it takes to create that new space and use it for the purposes of education.
But for the construction portion, we've allocated 108, and that was what we're on target for.
Correct. Yeah,
Okay.
we met our target.
Great.
Any other questions, discussion? Okay, all those in favor of accepting this project and moving forward, show by the uplift of hands. That's unanimous, thank you. Motion carries. Okay, receive capital improvement update.
Indeed. So taking you through an update of our projects that are underway throughout the district. I'm going to start with Conroe High School. This is a multi-year, multi-phase project. We are in the final phase, moving towards completion there. You can see our work on the new front entry. And it's hard to get a sense of scale for what's going on that site right now, but they're currently working on the retaining wall system that will actually create the new front entry foundation. And over the next month or two, we'll start seeing steel and concrete foundations going in place for the building itself. That project is underway, fighting weather and cold and all the other things that keep us from making good progress. But they are doing everything they can as quickly as they can, and we'll be on that site through 2026. Now at Eisler Elementary, Flex School number 24, you can see here from our overhead picture, we've got the building envelope is progressing nicely. So everything is coming around on that campus for it to open in August of 2025 without issue, so it is currently on schedule. Just for a matter of reference, to the south of that picture, the bottom part of that picture is River's Edge. You can see the houses peeking out of the bottom of the screen. The top of the picture, which would be the trees, is where the future roadway, Old Conroe Road, would pass by the front of our site there. So we are planning for the future roadway, so our back door is what we're looking at now. When the new roadway is built, we'll be able to join that new roadway and have the front door on the major thoroughfare as it runs through that area of the district. Now at Campbell Elementary, like in kind with Eisler, it is working on the building envelope. You can see the roof progress here as well as the exterior skin going in there. The developer is working right alongside of us. You can see them building their road off to the bottom right of the picture. So everything is scheduled with the developer to open on time, as well as our building is progressing to open for students when they return in August without issue. At Grand Oaks, our 7th, 8th, and 9th grade campus there, so we're doing structural steel, building foundations, building slab. That project is moving along nicely as well. We're currently working with the developer on our drainage easement to get the water on the practice fields from Grand Oaks High School to drain where it's supposed to go. Which is a little bit of legal paperwork they agreed to do with us in the beginning of the project, but it is moving along nicely, and we're looking to turn that over for students to use in January of 2027. At Timbermill High School, this was on that site. We are currently working on building foundations. We've got a little over 300 piers in the ground currently. Plenty more to go because it is a very large structure there. But you can see the one drill rig in the center of the picture, kind of upper center of the picture there. There's 2 drill rigs on that site now. Making hay whenever they can between cold and rain, but they are moving along very, very well there. The building pad, the building foundations are underway, and we're on schedule looking to open that for students in August of 2027. Now, Conroe High School 9th grade, which is our home of the Conroe High School varsity tennis program, you can see here, this is a picture from earlier this week, as a matter of fact. Today they have nets, and they will have practice on that court this afternoon. So their first tournament should be this coming Saturday, weather permitting, and we have the home of Conroe High School tennis ready for their use. Now, Buckaloo and Haley, these are building additions and renovations. These fall in the gym addition categories for the bond referendum. Haley also is a capacity addition where we're adding 100 seats to Haley Elementary. The projects are moving along nicely. Our contractor has mobilized on all the sites. They've ordered steel and all the other things that we need to get those projects underway. So they're working with the campuses, keeping them active and functioning while we're pursuing the construction. But we'll be on these sites ready to turn them over in December of 2025. Creighton and Ford. Creighton is a major overhaul from the 2023 bond referendum as well as a gym addition, and Ford is a gym addition and a capacity addition, so we're adding 100 seats to Ford as well. And like in kind with Haley and Buckaloo, the contractors mobilized on these sites and they're working through the ordering and procurement processes, and we'll be turning those buildings over at the end of December 2025. At Knox Junior High, so we're looking forward to beginning to show you pictures of Knox Junior High in the coming months. We'll be on that site through August of 2026. We're currently working on the new extended parking areas that'll be opening this month. There's another whole row of parking alongside the practice fields on that campus. As well, we've just started the foundation work for the building additions, and then we're also continuing to work on the inside in the first phase of the interior renovation progress. Ultimately, we're going to renovate the entire interior of Knox Junior High, create some new spaces, adjust the location of the library, give the admin an actual admin space that fits the needs for the population on the campus, as well as bring new life to that campus as well. Again, it's on schedule. We'll be there through August of 2026. Now, Snyder, Tuff, and Collins, which is a critical infrastructure project, chillers, boilers, roofs, air handlers, freezers, coolers, electrical service equipment, safety upgrades. We're currently at Collins and have been for a while doing the restroom modifications required on that campus. At Colson Tuff, re-roofing, beginning the re-roofing process at Colson Tuff. At Armstrong, Austin, Burnham Woods, and Broadway, again, critical infrastructure, same general scopes. We're currently at Broadway, re-roofing Broadway. Both of these campuses are on schedule, and we should be completing those for the end of August 2025. At Deritchin, Kaufman, Oak Ridge, critical infrastructure again, and Milam, Houston, and Runyon, again, critical infrastructure. For the first package, we're at Deritchin and Kaufman doing the roofing there, and at Oak Ridge, we got a boiler running, so it was in place and keeping that building warm during the recent cold snap. And then at Milam, we're doing the roofing there. Again, we're on both of these projects through August of 2025. Both of them are on schedule. Now, our agricultural facilities, so we're currently working on a facility for the Woodlands and College Park, as well as the new facility for Conroe High School, Caney Creek, and Old Serve Timber Mill. So we've been working on those in the procurement processes. Contractors getting ready to mobilize on those sites to work with the students at the Woodlands and College Park while we renovate that particular facility, and then mobilizing on site to begin the construction on the Conroe facility very soon. Last month we initiated the purchase of a third site that'll ultimately serve Grand Oaks and Oak Ridge. So we are in that feasibility period. It looks to be going well. We've gotten our geotechnical results back from that part of the feasibility. We're waiting on the land survey, boundary survey. We've been working out some reconciliations with a past road right-of-way eminent domain process that happened in front of those campuses. All that is not surprising, and we are working through those, but we should be on schedule to close that at the end of feasibility. And in the meantime, we're working with our design team and our CTE department to assess the existing facilities and incorporate them into our program. Everybody seems to be excited about what we've got out there. So we've got a plan for the house that could be workable for Tally's needs for her programs. The big barn that's on that site will be beneficial to us, and the smaller barn that's behind the house has actually got a genuine purpose for our CTE programs as well. So everything that what we knew had value does, and all the other things do as well, which is a bonus in that situation. So we look forward to bringing forward in the coming months, once we close the authorization to proceed with the rest of that third ag facility that was called for in the bond election. And that's our update.
Any questions?
Mr. Foster, you said the eminent domain in front of I think you said campus. Were you talking about the ag facility on Robinson?
Yes, I mean, a few years ago, there was an eminent domain when they improved Robinson Road, so we just had to reconcile. It was mostly captured correctly. The surveyor did have one area he was concerned about, and they were able to reconcile that with the county and the appraisal district. So everything is clean, so they have good, clean boundaries for us along that roadway.
So will that section of Robinson Road eventually be 4-lane in front of that property?
I couldn't speak to what the county's, the eminent domain happened with the improvements that are there currently. So I don't know that there's a plan to increase that or not.
So that wasn't mentioned?
Yeah, nobody's mentioned expanding Robinson Road to me at all.
My concern is just the ability to turn in and out of the property.
Oh yeah, we have plenty of space on our side to create the turning radiuses for our trailers and needs coming in. I mean, as with any roadway where you don't have a dedicated left turn lane, that'd be the one we'd want to protect people coming in.
Also, a question regarding the Conroe High School. If you go back to the slide, I know the tennis courts were a big issue with Conroe High School renovation, and just in discussion about the number of fields that are at these campuses. I know we were speaking of junior high, but at the high school level, how many practice and then competition fields are we putting in at Timber Mill?
So at Timber Mill, should have a total of 3 practice fields and a competition field.
Are we going to have room for tennis courts?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that's for certain.
Absolutely.
Okay, just want to make sure with the number of fields and everything being
Mhm.
spaced out the way it's planned, that we don't run into any issues. No issues foreseen at the Woodlands High School renovation either.
We're not increasing the footprint of anything at the Woodlands High School.
Okay, thank you.
Just how many acres at Timber Mill versus Conroe High is always going to be land efficient? But
Correct.
roughly how many acres at Conroe High versus Timber Mill?
Yeah, Conroe High School, if I remember correctly, is a conglomeration of small parcels that totals about 47 acres in total.
And how many fields are on that property?
There are currently the auxiliary game field and 1 practice field.
So we decreased in number, or was that planned
We decreased in
initially?
number. Yeah,
Okay.
we decreased in number when we modified that campus.
Yeah.
So the Timber Mill High School is on roughly 100 acres. So,
That's nice.
well, I mean, we're using all of it efficiently, but because by the time you get Timber Mill, Stockton, Bosman, and Patterson, the total site there is 186 acres.
But room to grow is good.
We will fill it all up with Timber Mill High School.
Good deal. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions or discussion? Okay, thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Mr. Foster, I just don't know how your team juggles all the projects we have going. I mean, it sounds like we have an immense amount going, and we appreciate everything y'all's team is doing, so
Well,
thank you.
I can pass that along. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Foster.
Okay, item 8, business, oh wait, did I skip 7? Hold on.
Yes.
I keep grabbing 2 tabs at once.
Capital improvement, C. Oh,
All
no, we
right.
just did that.
We just did capital improvement.
on
So
7A.
item 7B, consider an award request for proposal of RFP 2510-1 Chromebooks.
Those are some good-looking tennis courts.
Yeah.
That's a great picture.
No snow on those
They make
tennis
me-
courts
snow
right
on
now
it,
either.
right before. They look great.
Those
So-
tennis courts make me smile
I
because
know,
I
it's
know what an
wonderful.
impact it makes for those
It's
students,
wonderful.
so.
It's absolutely wonderful. President Odenweiler, members of the board, Dr. Knoll. So brought forth for you this afternoon, consider award request for proposal, RFP 2510-01 Chromebooks to CDW LLC for 14-inch Chromebooks with the Google Educational Upgrade and charging carts. The current bid for these products expire January 31st, 2025. The purchasing department worked with the Technology and Information Systems Department to develop the technical specifications for the items requested. The district then issued a request for proposal to vendors to provide pricing to evaluate best value. 12 vendor responses met the scope of work requested and were evaluated by a group of district-level administrative and technology staff. The Chromebooks, along with Google Chrome educational upgrades, are necessary for classroom student use and standardized state testing. The charging carts will ensure Chromebooks are charged, consolidated, and can be easily moved throughout the buildings. Recommendations for award were prepared by the purchasing department, and at this time, we're requesting your approval.
Do I have a motion to accept this RFP?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
I just want to say thank you for replying to my email that there's going to be a focus with these Chromebooks to make it equitable to campuses that don't have the same number of Chromebooks that others do.
Any other commentary or discussion?
Well, just curious, and this might not be a question for you, but how close to being 1-to-1 are we? Super far away, or?
I'd probably defer to Dr. Merle on that. It's about the type of devices we have. Probably total
Type of
devices, we're probably there, but
we're not far off of 1-to-1, but we have a replacement schedule because of the life of a Chromebook, and that goes with updates because of the testing software. So we'll have to expedite some of that earlier than planned because of the number. In 31, we hit a cliff of having to replace about 40,000 devices at once. And so we're trying to spread that out over several years, which is important for this bid as well.
Mm-hmm.
But we are addressing, we have a standard that we're going to try to match with Chromebooks in the classroom that we're working towards now. This will help with that. We delayed purchasing of items for the last 2 months because this bid will allow us an extended life on the past bid, of 2 to 3 more years.
How does it extend the life?
It extends the life from a software update and the management of that.
The Google Chrome educational upgrade, is that what you're saying?
Correct. Well, the educational upgrade is the package that makes it education ready.
Okay.
And plus part of that will help with the setup process of the system. So right now our technology department can handle about 10,000 devices per year and getting them out. This service will actually bring them to us more prepared so we can process more at a time.
Okay.
We should be at around a 12 to 14,000 Chromebook replacement per year, trying to get us on more of a schedule over the course of that time. So every year we'd be replacing about the same number so that we're fiscally it'd be more responsible.
Are we repairing these at all, or just every, how many years are they cycling out?
There's an evaluation that our repair department does, and looking at the
whether it's worth it,
what it's worth, the amount of time and effort. If it's about to expire, we're going to tend to more replace it than repair it. If it's early in life, we're going to repair it. And then it depends on what the repair is. If it's a screen, it's a lot more expensive. If it's just a keyboard, a lot less expensive. So they evaluate where the Chromebook is in the process and what to do.
Do they trade in Chromebooks as well, like they do iPhones? Wouldn't that be awesome?
We do not. They don't account for a lot.
They probably charge us to take,
probably
like,
charge
you know,
Yeah,
that works.
most of those they would.
What is the average lifespan of a Chromebook?
You're looking typically it's 5 to 7 years, depending on when you purchase them, the model, and how long they are guaranteeing the upgrade of the software and operating system. And so I think this range will last more 5 to 7 years. Part of the plan that we have too is we have to have a certain number of Chromebooks that are update and not end of life for testing purposes, but that doesn't mean that some of the older Chromebooks still aren't functional for things that you need in the classroom. So we would probably still utilize some of those, or using those as spares if something goes down, to keep a classroom still functioning.
Have we ever had any PTOs or like education foundations or anything purchase any of these additional Chromebooks for us in the past?
We have. That's where a lot of schools have used PTO funds to help with that. And just like our Title schools have used Title I funds to purchase devices as well.
In addition to the ones we provide?
Correct. And that's helped over the years. I know at College Park, I can speak of personal experience. I utilized a lot of just funds if our departments were very efficient in what they needed for their classroom. Any money that we had at the end of the year, I would put into Chrome carts so that we had more devices then. And we ended up about 1 cart per classroom. So helped tremendously. And when you go to that standard of a 1 cart per classroom as opposed to one-to-one device, you do end up with some more devices than students, but it helps because our thought is it prolongs the life of the Chromebook. They're not being taken home, they're not being chunked in a car, under a bed, in a variety of places, and so they tend to last a little bit longer. Our repair numbers still stay pretty low.
Any other questions? Okay, do I have?
I'm sorry. How many do we have total right now in the
Chromebooks?
inventory? Yeah.
Give you a total real quick.
And then while you're looking at that, do you happen to know how many this is to purchase?
How many?
Approximately how many of this is to purchase, the request for proposal?
So this request is to upgrade the bid items. So we'll be purchasing Chromebooks. Campuses will, we will.
Okay.
And I think we set a minimum of, what was it? Do you remember what the total dollar amount?
But the reason why we entered, and I believe on your documents is 5 million, is that's what we anticipate the aggregate based on historic spend for these specific ones would be. So I can't give you an exact number, but it could be 3.5 million this year, it could be 5 million the next year. That's why we.
Because some of the initial cost is going to be getting us to a standard, and then providing that standard in all the classrooms and all the schools. And then the goal from there would be to maintain that. And right now, we currently have 68,458 Chromebooks. And remember, when you look at Chromebooks and total number of students, our plan will be grades pre-K, K, and first grade to utilize iPads over the Chromebooks because of their ability to manipulate those. Once they get into second grade, then they'll move to Chromebooks, because in third grade they have to use the Chromebooks for testing purposes.
Might I add, what are we using iPads in pre-K for?
There are a lot of apps that they have loaded into the to the iPads for that grade, for for all three grades, that help with basic letter skills, math skills, letter sounds, that help them develop those skills.
So even with all the emerging research and data that we're getting on how the negative impacts of screen time on our children, are we still going to keep up at that level?
So part of it is still getting them ready for what's coming in third grade. And you have to look at, for example, pre-K, those students have had minimal exposure at times. So the more exposure we can have them to prepare them. It's not used all the time in instruction. My wife teaches pre-K. She uses it minimally, but
that's my question, I guess, is are we minimizing the time that
there's
those
a
students
lot.
are exposed?
There's a lot with pre-K that is done in person, in going to the centers, different centers, and rotating through all of that. This would be more of probably Dr. Upshaw, her team could answer.
Sure.
As far as the curriculum specifics. It's
Yeah.
not my,
And it may
definitely not my area.
Look at us, two pre-K husbands up here talking like we know what we're
I
talking
know.
about.
I know what she
And then
does.
a mom of a pre-K teacher.
You're still doing so much, but there's some kids that can utilize that to
Sure.
really help them develop their skills. And whether it's remediation or whether it's extension, depending on where that kid is.
Definitely a conversation we
It'd
can
be
have
part
later.
of it.
Thank you. Sorry to put you on the spot.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
So.
That's fine.
Okay.
I did the best I could. It's
Miss-
not my expertise.
Are we ready to, sorry.
If I could just to, Ms. Nelson, just to answer your question, on technology devices in the bond, we had 40 million total. Now, that won't all be for individual devices, but just to give you a scope over the next 4 years.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, are we ready to vote? Any questions before? All right, all those in favor of approving this RFP, please show by the uplift of hands. Okay, but motion carries unanimously.
Thank you much.
Thank you, sir.
Now we're moving on to Ms. Garza for our business finance. Item 8A, consider and approve the 23-24 annual comprehensive financial report.
Good afternoon, President Odenweller, members of the board, and Dr. Knoll. It is my pleasure to recommend the Board of Trustees approve the 2023-2024 Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, also known as the ACFR. Board Policy CFA Legal requires that a copy of the ACFR approved by the Board of Trustees be provided to the Texas Education Agency no later than 150 days after our end of the fiscal year, which puts our due date at next Tuesday, the 28th. The Audit Committee received an extensive presentation of the ACFR at the Audit Committee meeting last week from Sarah Roberts, our partner with Weaver Independent Audit Firm, and recommended unanimously to approve the ACFR for the full board to approve today. I would like to thank, before I bring Sarah up, our finance staff that is here today. I know the Audit Committee got a chance to see them, but there is a tremendous amount of work that goes into the preparation of this document. As you can see, it's a very detailed document. We are very fortunate to have the staff in-house that have the expertise and experience to actually prepare this document, because all districts do not have that luxury. So I wanted to recognize them this afternoon. Our Director of Finance, Cindy Westrup, our two Assistant Directors, Janice Stowers and Desiree Smith. You guys can stand, please. Our Senior Accountant, Rachel Battaglia, and then we have two staff accountants, Blair Delahousse and Candace Armstrong, and then also Brian Broussard, our Director of Purchasing, because the audit process impacts all departments on the finance floor,
in terms of testing and data that we're pulling during the audit process, and also Rachel Jimenez, our Director of Payroll. I just wanted to recognize this group of people here because we are truly blessed to have them on our staff. So I will introduce Sarah Roberts. She is our partner with Weaver. She's going to go through this presentation with you today at a much more brief pace than we did at the audit committee meeting, just to kind of give you an overview, but in the interest of time, we'll keep it brief, and then we'll ask for a vote for the approval of the ACFR. All right, good afternoon. I think, like everybody else, I'm struggling not to say good evening, and I feel like I'm going to walk out of this room and go home and call it a night, but that's not the case. In any case, I'm happy to be here today. Thank you for including me on your agenda. We did go through this last week at the audit committee meeting, as Karen Garza mentioned. I'm going to give a similar presentation. I'm going to move a little bit quicker. Regardless, I'm happy to take any questions, or if you have items from last week's audit committee meeting that you want to revisit or go into more detail, I'm absolutely happy to do so. I'm going to start with a brief introduction of Weaver, just who we are as a firm and what we do. We are a national firm. We're based in Houston currently, founded in Fort Worth in 1950, and moved our headquarters to Houston about 5 years ago. We're currently ranked number 31 or number 32, depending on who you ask, in terms of our size on a national basis. We work with clients across broad spectrum of industries. Our governmental practice group is one of our largest practice groups in our firm. At Weaver, we're driven by our core values. We have 8 core values that guide everything that we do. The one that I would consider really foundational is act with integrity no matter what. That's really our guiding principle, is integrity underpinning everything that we do. Specifically with our governmental practice, I mentioned that we work with clients across a broad spectrum of industries, and the our governmental practice is one of our largest. We currently work with more than 300 governmental entities every year. That includes over 50 school districts annually. Others include cities, county governments, other local governments, state governments, and other types of governmental entities. Here's a sampling of our clients. You can see these are government clients. They range from coast to coast. Our core is in Texas, as I previously mentioned. Out of our 300 annual approximate clients, I would say probably 250 of those are in Texas. I couldn't fit them all here, but if I did, you would see that Texas is really our focus. That's our core. We consider ourselves a Texas firm. This is where our roots are, and this is where our focus remains. I've included here just some of our larger Texas clients. Specifically regarding school districts, we work with school districts of all shapes and sizes. We work annually with about 50 school districts. About 40 of those are audit clients, including Conroe ISD. So we work with some of the smaller school districts. We do have a handful of clients that have ADA of around 1,000 or less. We work with also some of the largest school districts, including the largest school district in the state of Texas, Houston Independent School District, which would be the over 200,000 range, which you can see here. We do work with 6 of the 10 largest Texas ISDs. And speaking of working with school districts, we have some that we've worked with for a short period of time. We have new clients every year. We have some clients that we have long-standing relationships with. We have a handful of clients that we've worked with for over 40 years. Our average tenure as auditors currently is about 16 years, a little bit more than that. Conroe ISD, we've been working with you since 2008, so we're right at about that average mark. Regardless of the size of the district or how long we've been working with you, we make the same commitment to every one of our clients. We value all of our clients, large and small, and that commitment is that we're going to bring forward a team of competent and qualified professionals that will demonstrate a commitment to those core values that I talked about before, including a commitment to integrity. We're going to perform your audit in accordance with all applicable professional standards, including the standards that are specific to governmental audits, which call for a heightened level of objectivity, integrity, independence, and due professional care. And I'll move into talking about the audit standards in just a moment.
Can I ask real quick,
yes.
Your team, how is it a different team of individuals each year, or is it the same team?
That's a great question and good timing. This slide here shows our core audit team. In the boxes, you can see the green and the blue. Our core audit team, to answer your question just briefly, it does not change every year. It does periodically change. Here's our team structure. You can see I'm at the top, Sarah Roberts, engagement partner. I'm responsible for the overall conduct of your engagement. I've been in this role since 2017. I have Brittany Drew as senior manager. She's in the graphic just below me. She's been on the engagement team since 2022. Katie Miller next, the supervisor. She's been on the engagement since 2020. And then Jacob Meckler, our dedicated engagement associate. He joined our firm this last summer, so this was his first year. We work with a second partner, a concurring partner in every one of our audit engagements. So that partner this last year was Laura Lambert, who is also our lead partner in charge of our national audit and advisory practice. That's our national audit function. She's been in that role, I believe it's the last 2 years. We do rotate that role periodically, not every year. So she may recur in that role next year. She may not. And her role is to basically be a second set of eyes, a second opinion. She reviews our work product and our reports and our conclusions throughout every audit and is available as a technical resource.
Did you say she's a part of Weaver? Or she a
Yes.
third? Okay.
Yes. Yes, she's a partner at Weaver.
Okay.
Okay. Also on the slide, I have the audit timeline. Our audit cycle is ongoing, so we do have milestones, we do have deliverables, of course, being our reports. But it's really a continuous cycle, so once we wrap up 1 year, we start planning for the next, really. The type of audit that we perform for Conroe Independent School District is what's known as a single audit. This audit has two components, which are the financial statements, an audit of the financial statements, and an audit of federal award compliance. The financial statement audit component is performed in accordance with generally accepted auditing standards, as well as the standards specific to government entities, which I mentioned earlier, call for a heightened level of objectivity, independence, and due professional care. Those standards are issued by the Comptroller General of the United States and are commonly referred to as Yellow Book audit standards, and that's literally because they were originally issued in a yellow book. We still call them Yellow Book standards. The federal awards component is conducted in accordance with the Uniform Guidance Federal Award principles codified in the U.S. Federal Code of Federal Regulations, Section 200. We issue 3 reports at the conclusion of our audit. The first 2 pertain to the financial statement component, and the third pertains to federal awards. I'll go into the results of our audit and the contents of those reports next. For the audit of the financial statements, we issued an unmodified opinion on the financial statements. That's a clean opinion. So a clean opinion, which is the highest level of assurance that we can provide that your financial statements are materially fairly presented in accordance with all applicable accounting requirements. We issued our Yellow Book compliance report with no reportable findings. That means we identified no material weaknesses, no significant deficiencies, no non-compliance material to the financial statements. If we identified any of these types of items, we would be required to report them to you. For our federal awards audit, similarly, we issued a clean opinion on federal award compliance, and also similarly, no material weaknesses, significant deficiencies, or other items that we would be required to report to you. So clean opinions, clean reports, clean audit. Our major program for the federal award component this year was the Child Nutrition Program. Child Nutrition Program for fiscal year 2024 represented about 32% of the district's total federal award expenditures. I will mention there was some discussion of the FEMA Hazard Mitigation Grant Program earlier. That is a federal award, and if you proceed, if you're awarded that money, and if you expend that money, that will move into the scope of our federal awards audit. I would expect, just based on my experience, it would be a couple of years down the road, maybe fiscal year 26. Any questions on that before I move on to the financial statements? Okay. Lastly, I have just a few slides that are specific to the ACFR document. I'm going to touch on just a couple of the financial statements and highlights. First, I want to mention, as was already discussed, this ACFR document is prepared internally by your staff. That's really something to be proud of and to recognize. That recognition is certainly well deserved. We do work with a lot of school districts, a lot of large districts, a lot of districts spread out the state, and only, I would say, maybe a handful of those 40 that we currently work with have the ability to prepare this document in-house the way that your district does. So I really want to emphasize the level of competence and technical proficiency that requires, and that you have that. It's really something to be proud of. The ACFR stands for Annual Comprehensive Financial Report. It's a comprehensive document that goes beyond the requirements of just a basic financial report. I believe you all have a copy of it. If you look at the table of contents, you'll see an introductory section and a statistical section at the front and at the end. That's what makes the ACFR comprehensive. A school district or any governmental entity is not required to take this extra step with a comprehensive document. It's a voluntary program, and so your staff has decided to go above and beyond the basic requirements to prepare this comprehensive document. Your personnel have also decided to take the additional step of participation in 2 separate professional organizations, and those are the GFOA and ASBO organizations. GFOA is Government Finance Officers Association, and ASBO is Association of School Business Officials. These are professional organizations unaffiliated with the district, which provide an additional level of voluntary oversight and review, whereby the district will submit the ACFR to these organizations annually, and these organizations will complete an independent review of the ACFR and make a decision as to whether the ACFR complies with the applicable reporting framework and accounting standards that govern the presentation and disclosure of amounts within the financial statements. And if the reviewer finds the document to be in conformance with these requirements, an award will be granted by the organizations. So the district has received these awards, at least going back to 2008, which is when our involvement started, and I suspect many years before that, so that's really something to be proud of as well. Now on to the financial statements. I'm going to start with the governmental funds balance sheet. This is the balance sheet of your general fund that I have here on this view. If you look through the document, you'll see that you have financial statements of each individual fund. The general fund is the main operating fund of your district. It's presented on a modified accrual basis, which means that the focus is on current financial resources. So you see cash, short-term assets and liabilities with the residual amount labeled fund balance. The total fund balance of the general fund as of the end of fiscal year 2024 was about $165 million, which is consistent with the previous year, where that same number was approximately $164 million. The fund balance of the general fund is categorized within different categories based on the liquidity of the funding that's available, with the most liquid being the unassigned category. That's the money that is undesignated, unreserved, unrestricted, available for general expenditure. That amount at the end of 2024 was at $156 million, or approximately 95% of total fund balance was liquid and available for expenditure. Moving on to the general fund statement of revenues, expenditures, and changes in fund balance. This is the income statement for your general fund. Total expenditures for fiscal year 2024 were $710 million, which is an increase from last year where that same number was $650 million. Most of that increase can be attributed to payroll growth. So you had an expansion of your CPEs, the FTEs, and salary increases. As a measure of liquidity, we generally will compare the unassigned fund balance to the total expenditures of a fund. The unassigned fund balance representing your money available for expenditures. So we'll compare that ratio over time to see if the financial position or liquidity of the district is improving or deteriorating. This year that ratio was 22% compared to 23.6% last year, so very comparable. This ratio tells you that of your available funding at a point in time, how much of the next fiscal year's expenditures, if you maintain a level, are you able to cover with what you have on hand. So 22%, that represents about two and a half months if we look at this on an annual basis, which is a comfortable position to be in. We usually benchmark that at about 2 to 3 months, so you're just within that range. after the basic financial statements, if you keep looking through the document, you'll see the notes to the financial statements. I've listed here some of the more significant items. Following the notes, you will find the required supplementary information, which includes a budget to actual schedule for the general fund, as well as pension and other post-employment benefit obligation schedules. And then after that, you'll find other supplementary information, which includes those individual fund statements of all of the district's non-major funds. So that would be your special revenue funds, which are your grant funds, and some other funds along those lines, as well as compliance schedules that are required by the Texas Education Agency. And then lastly is the statistical section. I mentioned that that's part of this comprehensive document. The statistical section contains financial and operating trends information, and it extends beyond just the financial information. It includes demographic information and economic information, most of which is presented in a 10-year comparative format. So happy to take any questions. That's all that I have today. Appreciate your time and open to any further discussion you'd like to have.
Do I have a motion to accept this financial report as presented?
So moved. Second.
Discussion? Okay, all those in favor, show by the uplift of hands. And the motion carries 7-0.
Ms. Roberts, thank you so much for going through that again. I appreciate you.
I think you need a bottle of water now.
Yeah. Thank you and your team for all your hard work.
If I could just highlight the Karen as well. I made a comment at the district level meeting the other day. We presented our annual dropout rate to the district level team, and it's so high, and it's always been so high, and we just kind of like, yeah, that's what we do. It's great, and we move on. And I think we kind of get in the same habit with an audit. Every year we just sort of like, yeah, great, another clean audit. That's a big deal, yeah. And we can get accustomed to these things and not really celebrate and appreciate it. But I want to just compliment Karen and the financial team. This is a billion-dollar organization, and every year clean audit should be appreciated every year, not just assumed. So thank you, Karen, and I know we all appreciate you. So thank you.
And the quality of her team is outstanding. So, okay, item 9A, consider joining the Student Behavior Management Coalition and possibly take action. Trustee Horton, you have brought this to our attention. Do I have a motion on this? Or are we just talking about it, or are we?
I don't know if I need a motion to discuss.
Okay, then we'll just go with this and decide if we're going to take action following.
Okay, yeah. So what this is, I think a lot of us have heard that in the last few years that there's been a lot of problems with student discipline, and the district or teachers feel like their hands are kind of tied. And one of those areas could possibly be Chapter 37, which is in the state education code, which limits how a school district can discipline a student. There's restrictions, and I know some of those restrictions, and I do want to ask Dr. Knoll about this, can be lifted with a District of Innovation waiver, such as one of the restrictions is that they want vape offenders to go to DAEP. So then that fills up our DAEPs with vape offenders when we should possibly put other students, and we have a waiver for that, don't we?
So we have a deferral program that we worked with our county attorney's office on with that, so that we've been able to use that. So yeah, to your point, there are some components that that we could use District of Innovation more aggressively than we've used it in the past.
Well, and so I think that's kind of what's coming up. It's making, districts are having to jump through hoops to get these waivers. Well, why not allow districts to make those decisions inherently? Some of the other ones, so to get to the Student Behavior Management Coalition, their focus is local control, and then flexibility, safe classrooms, parent rights and responsibilities, and training and resources. With the parent rights and responsibilities, one of the things that they would like to advocate for would be to allow virtual school as an out-of-school suspension option. Now, where we do have a little bit of gray area is that when it comes to our special education students, because you do have to still follow IDEA, and then Chapter 37's on top of that. So I think some of these fixes would be more just to kind of make it where the district doesn't have to jump through hoops to fix it. So this coalition, we've got several school districts in the area are with it. Some of the ones that we know would be Cy-Fair, Katy, Montgomery, ISD are part of the coalition. It's $3,500 to join, and that fee pays for a lawyer. That the lawyer fees for them to go and advocate on behalf of the coalition, because superintendents need to be, at their school districts. They don't have time to go and speak with their representatives. So that's what that fee would be for. But regarding Chapter 37, there's other school districts, including Spring Branch, ISD, New Caney, and Tomball, that have put that in their legislative priorities, which I did not know we were concurrently working on that while I was reaching out about this. So it could be, that we push toward putting it in a priority, or if we want to vote to join the coalition. That's in a nutshell.
Any questions? Any more discussion on this?
I would like to just make a comment on it as well. As I was running for this position and talked to different teachers, primarily elementary teachers in different campuses here in our district, the topic of discipline came up often. And so it was a common thread. And the fact that there is this coalition that is formed tells me that this is probably a systemic issue, that updating Chapter 37 could be beneficial. My hesitancy in joining the coalition is that there's no bill language yet for us to take a look at, and so the idea could be a really good idea, and then the language may not match that. So I would like for the coalition to have that language for us to look at before we consider joining it. And then to Trustee Horton's point about the special education piece, I don't believe that they've made contact with Texas Disability Rights yet, or perhaps they have with T-Case. But I'd like to see them tease that out a bit more with the special education groups. I think that, the behavior topic is really important, and I want to support our teachers that way. But I would like to table the discussion until we have a bit more information from the coalition, and I'm grateful to Trustee Horton for reaching out to them and working this through.
Do you think that joining the coalition would, the districts get a say in that, and that's why we don't have that information?
That is not my impression, but I did want to, more importantly, bring the idea of Chapter 37 and how it is kind of limiting our district. From my understanding, it would be having more districts behind it. It gains support, especially a large district like Conroe ISD, that they'd be more likely to. They've already met with Representative Buckley, and then I think there's been some conversation with Creighton's office as well.
Is the goal for them to create a bill on Chapter 37, or what are they going to do actually?
Trustee May would be able to speak more to it, but I think they've been influencing some of the language regarding how it's going to be presented.
Well, that would be part of my concern is, are they, going to be partnering with a legislator that is going to be creating the bill for them? Nothing has gone through Leg Council yet, so there's just no bill language to look at. Will they be partnering with Senator Creighton, for instance, on and working with what he already has and adding their information into it. So there's just a lack of information right now, in my opinion. It's a great idea. I think it's important. I think it's very important work. And we would be hiring them to be lobbying for the coalition. So that voice is really important. I wouldn't want to get involved with that unless we had all the information.
I actually would agree with that. I'm not necessarily not in favor of joining them. My big concern is when we put our name behind something, we want to make sure we understand what it's going to do. Right now, I know many of us have mentioned times that TASB has legislated, or lobbied towards things that we're not necessarily in favor of. And we don't even know we know 37, we know Chapter 37, but we don't know specifically what it is. So I would be in favor of us. I know you've been working with this organization for a while, for several months, if not a year, and it's been growing and there's been more. Would you be willing to voice this to them, to the organization, as far as our concerns as, what language are we going to partner with someone
Right,
and
and
so
I
forth.
think Trustee May already has said some of that. I think kind of the bigger issue, like I said, I didn't know we were redoing
Right.
the legislative priorities. That might be a place for Chapter 37.
Okay. So
I
are we?
would just ask that we hear more from them. Maybe that's an item we could put for a quick presentation at our upcoming board workshops. Maybe not next month or the next, but if it comes to that, hearing directly from them so we all are in the loop. I
I'd like to
think
hear
we
from
could
them too.
definitely benefit from that, and then our involvement, if we do choose to join, would expedite their work. So.
And just keep in mind, ledge session should end in May, should end in May. But, so obviously, we're not on a time clock to join them or anything, and our legislative priorities could compensate during this time frame. But I really do thank you for bringing this and for working with them and keeping us apprised as to what is going on with that organization.
And with that being said, I think maybe we should push to move up, if we could hear from them in February or March.
I will definitely look at the
Prioritize that.
workshop for February 4th and see what our timing is on that. And I know we have a very meaty topic in that one, but I don't think we have anything else on that one. So it might be that we could hear information from them then if they're available, but it's only a couple weeks off, so who knows if they're available, so.
And like I said, it would be brief. Just a brief summary of their efforts would be appreciated.
I would say too, it depends on what further information they have to bring. Like if there's not a bill language, then I don't see, the value in doing it in February. I would want them to bring something new that we don't already know.
True. I would agree. I mean, we don't want them to just come tell us about them if we don't know
Is that
what
something,
content.
Trustee May, is that something that they don't have bill language, or we are just anticipating
Yes, I
they
did
don't?
ask the attorney, and
They do not?
Not yet.
Okay,
They
if
do
we could
not.
confirm that first. That they still don't, so we know that we don't put them on our schedule before or
Things are
prematurely.
moving fast in the ledge, so we'll see.
And that ledge council does take time and getting the word out. So it may be our legislative priorities for this go-round, may be our best bet. I know that there's several of us that are to and from the Capitol. I know 4 of us for sure.
Well, there are several school districts that have that language in their legislative priorities that aren't part of the coalition.
And I've spoken with Senator Creighton and Representative Toth and several other, Buckley and several others, and Chapter 37 is definitely on their radar, and they are aware of the issues, and so we just keep the pressure on them. And I've also spoken with Ms. Gladys about some of or a lot of our hand ties are coming from federal regulations as well, so we'll need to keep that in mind as well when we're expecting miracles, when we can.
Those
but
might
but
quickly
the
dissipate.
common sense changes we're hoping for. So thank you very much. All right. Are we good to move on? Sorry. Item 9B, under legal, consider revisions to the local board policy AE educational philosophy. Ms. Gladys, our general counsel.
Thank you, President Odenmuller. As you know, at your December 5th special meeting, you all discussed revising, updating the policy AE, which sets out the district's educational philosophy, sets out its goals for the district. And Assistant Superintendent Dr. Bethany Medford worked with Trustee Dawson and maybe several other people to develop the draft that you see before you. My understanding of the design is that it addresses each of the major departments that we have in the district, gives them a goal, and is also part of what guides the development of our district improvement plan. And so this would be your first reading of this policy, and if there aren't changes and if everyone feels okay, then we would bring it back to you for adoption in February. So you're certainly welcome to discuss it amongst yourselves, ask questions, or we could just say, I'll see you next month, Carrie, and we'll bring it back.
I have a couple of add-ons or thought processes here, if I'm not jumping in front of anyone else, but on goal number 1, where it says post-graduation success by ensuring students master the rigorous academic standards, is appropriate to add in and develop in that part, maybe where it says success by ensuring students develop critical thinking skills, master the rigorous academic standards, etc. I mean, are y'all open to that addition?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can we just get it in writing? Yeah.
Yeah,
put that
add it
writing.
in. And then one of the other ones is, and I'm not sure on this as well, but under Goal 4, fiscal stewardship, CISD shall exercise fiscal responsibility to maintain. Maybe it states CISD shall create a balanced budget that is classroom first centered and maintains a fiscally responsible financial strength. You want to see it in writing and we'll bring it back?
I'd have to see that. That's,
Okay.
That's kind of rewriting the whole goal. So I would just need to look at it.
Okay.
All of us, yeah.
I'll be happy to forward it to you and then we
I
can
appreciate that.
send that out because that can go back and forth before the next, okay, before the
So
next
what we
meeting.
would do is I'll get your revisions, I'll send out another red line, then we'll bring it back for information again in February and then see how that, how that goes.
Can I just ask, you know,
What
the
I was-
reasoning is for your wording?
Well, yes, because I think it's important to state that we're being classroom centered and classroom first budgeting versus going from the outside in. And then the second is that we don't state anywhere that we're trying to work within, or our goal is to have a balanced budget. And then if we fall short, we're falling short of our goal. I mean, it's just.
Right. I mean, I think maintaining financial strength encompasses that, but I'm happy to, if you want to send it around.
Okay.
I'd just like to thank Dr. Medford and Trustee Dawson for working on this. I think this is outstanding. Thank you.
And perhaps if possible, I know we're on a little bit of a time crunch. I can see Dr. Medford.
Oh, that's right.
So would it, I don't know why we couldn't, we have a February workshop. Could
Sure.
we bring it back for another reading then and then approve it at the February board meeting, correct?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so that we'll just, if we send the stuff, we'll go ahead and send it around and bring it again and for another first reading.
And I'm also happy to send it, I mean, obviously to everyone, but, I mean, if you have something else to add to that, I mean, I'm open. I'm not 100% hardcore on this. I just think that it would make good
An
addition.
option could be that you could vote on this now if you want to and see if you even want to make the modification. I know a lot of time and effort what was put into this particular document by both of you. And then if there's, you know, an appetite to change it more, then I can certainly make the modifications and bring it back. I know that the DIP needs to get kicked off and they can't kick it off until
this is done.
They have these.
Are we voting today, or I thought we were just discussing?
No, you could just, I mean, if,
Just
but
discuss.
if
But we
people could be
can?
happy, you can't vote today.
Oh,
I didn't write the title, but we could go forward with this one maybe, and then maybe think about those changes in the future too, is another option.
But we're
Might
okay to
consider.
still get to the
Yeah, I
February
was
board
going to
meeting,
say,
even
can we
with
just
some.
go till the February 4th and then to the February
Yes.
board? Okay, thank
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, and I'd love to just point out that this hasn't been updated since 2008, so this is really a much-needed update, so thank you again to you both.
And I'll say too, you know, the goal with the goals is to make sure we have comprehensive coverage of everything that the district is doing, so we can put like with like and better measure, you know, our strategies and our objectives. So I appreciate Dr. Medford chatting with me about this, and I'm excited to move forward. So.
All right. Moving on to item 9C, legal, receive information regarding Texans for Excellence in Education and possibly take action to become a member of T. And I believe we have Hava Armstrong and John Petrie, the president of T.
Yes, good afternoon. I've stressed about saying the right word the whole time I've been sitting up there. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for having us. We want to be very expedient in our presentation. You guys have tackled a lot of big items, and but we want to dive in with you. First, let me introduce myself. My name is John Petrie. I'm the president of T. I'm a lifelong educator. This is my 30th year in K-12 education. I've been a teacher, principal at all levels, central office. Then I spent 15 years as a chief academic officer at 2 different education service centers, Region 18 in Midland and Region 11 in Fort Worth. Have a lot of experience working with boards, working at the state level and just scaling big projects to make impact with local schools and with student outcomes. This is my colleague, Hava Armstrong. I'll let her introduce herself.
I'm Hava Armstrong. I've dealt with policy for many years now. That's really my lane. I wanted to start off by telling you guys a bit about us, who we are, what we do, and why we do it. So we are a school board association, very similar to the one you have now as far as what they provide, but maybe a very different approach. So you're going to see a lot of different themes in our presentation, customization, transparency, but the biggest difference that we found is in how we approach boards. I had a trustee tell me that he tried to call his current school board association and they wouldn't talk to him. And he said, but you're the Association of School Boards and I'm a school board trustee, and they would not speak to him. We take a different approach. You are the elected officials of Conroe ISD. You are the governors of this district. And we take our guidance from you. We listen to you. We are not the governors. We are not a government entity. You are the boss, and we follow your lead. We work with your administration to get your vision accomplished. So we are a vendor, we are a support tool, but we are here to educate and empower trustees to have enough knowledge and information, training, and resources to fully govern the district the way that our Constitution has laid out it to be. And so this board, I would say, is unique. I don't think I've ever seen such an involved board. It was wonderful to hear all of the questions and the comments and the dialogue. It was refreshing to see that. So we're really excited to present to y'all today. I will tell you a couple things that we're not. Like I said, we're not a government agency. We're not here to tell you what to do. We're here to advise, to support, to provide resources. But again, like it was mentioned earlier, these are independent school districts for a reason, independent. This is for Conroe ISD. Y'all know what's best for your district, and we're here to help that. We're also here to we're not going to put you in a box. We don't believe in a one-size-fits-all. Right now, you don't have any choices. You don't have any options. You get what you get from your current association and throw a fit, or maybe you don't throw a fit. It just depends. But we're here to customize our services to meet your board goals and your district goals and needs for your administration and for your board. So we're really going to meet you where you're at, find out what your needs are one-on-one, and then build the services around that, really listening to you. And another thing is, we listen to you. This is a very trustee-focused board. We have a governing board of directors, but we also are starting up our board of advisors, which is made up of trustees. We want to hear from them. What kind of training do you want outside of your necessary training? What do you want in your summits, in your regional trainings? What other services would you like us to provide that you're not seeing? We want to hear from the trustees. And a lot of the services that we have created we took the input of trustees when we started developing these. Oh, one more thing, the why. The why is the most important thing. We're here because we want kids to feel safe in school. We want them to be free of the distractions that have taken over a lot of districts in the last few years. And we want to support teachers, but we want to give kids the best chance at education so they have the best chance at life. Let's make this a neutral environment that's focused on education, on exactly what you send your kids to school every day. Get those distractions out of the way, and the students will flourish. So one other thing I'll say, we are not a lobbying group. We do not do taxpayer-funded lobbying, but we do encourage and inform and empower our trustees to advocate for their district. There's no way one organization could advocate for over 1,000 school districts in Texas with different needs and demographics and cultures and values. And so we really help, sometimes more than others, depending on the dialogue that they have with their state reps and their state senators. But we really, as you're going to go over your legislative priorities, I think that's amazing to do that, because really the person that they should be answering the call to is you, not to us. So we'll go over some of our services. We started out in policy, and for a while, that's all we did. That was our bread and butter. And then Carroll ISD in South Lake, Texas, decided they were going to leave their current school board association, and they needed somewhere to go. And so we felt at that time that it was time to expand our services. So we now offer policy, but we also offer all of the other necessary services that you get from your current association. But still, our bread and butter is still policy. So there's 3 aspects to policy. With our membership, which by the way is no charge for the rest of this remaining school year. So it's no risk, no charge. When there is a charge, it is half of what you're paying now. So there is a savings there. Included in that no charge membership fee for now is going to be also a no charge policy audit. What we found with a lot of school districts that come and join us is their policy tree had a lot of gaps in it. And not saying that it is the administration's fault or the board's fault at all. It happens for various reasons, but one of the main ones we found is that TASB was putting certain laws into legal policy, which they've now changed to legal reference. I believe that was the correct change to make. That is not policy, that is a reference tool, more like a legal library. They were putting certain laws in there rather than in the local policy. Well, until it's in local, it's not going to be enacted in your schools. So the biggest one I refer to is HB 3979. It was passed into law signed by Governor Abbott in September 2021. And it has very specific language that school districts have to teach the entirety of the Constitution, the Declaration of Independence, the Lincoln Douglas debates, the Martin Luther King speeches, Frederick Douglass letters, all of meritocracy in America, all of these founding important documents. It also states that you cannot teach any child that they are inferior or superior to another person because of their race or their sex. Now that doesn't mean we shy away from what's happened in our history, but we're not going to cause that division amongst our students. That is specifically in the law, but it was put in their legal policy versus ours. It was such strong language, we copied and pasted it into our local policy, which we call our common sense policies. So that is in there, along with policies that protect children in bathrooms, in sports, library materials. We also include updates to EFA, EFB, which has been a very desired update amongst many board members. All of that is going to be included in that membership fee for you. And then of course, we would hand it over to you and you would decide if you want to make any changes, any edits, if you want to pass it, if you don't. We're just the advisory to that, but in the end, that would be your decision to make. The second component of our policy services are policy services. So that would be legislative updates after this next session finishes up, TEA rulings that come down, court rulings that come down, all of those necessary updates that you all need to be made aware of. I point out necessary. Some of the feedback we've gotten from specifically superintendents is they were getting what they felt like were unnecessary updates, changing a comma to a semicolon. It cost them money and it cost their staff time and the board time in order to do that. And so we really stress we will send you those necessary, the meat of the update, not these tiny things that were really unnecessary and a waste of everyone's time. Now the third component is how you house all these policies. So we have a service similar to what you have right now is Policy Online. We have Policy Connect, and you'll see a sample of it there. This is one of our districts, Sherman ISD. We took feedback from parents, from community members, trustees, and administration in developing this product. It's all done in-house, and we've made it completely searchable. You can search not only the title of the policy, but the full text. So any keyword that you put in, it's going to pull up any policy that mentions that word at all. You can download each policy section by section. You can download the entire policy tree at once if you want to. We also have legal links on there that link to the exact law, the U.S. Constitution, all of the different documents. So if people want to see that exact language from the original source, it's there just for another level of transparency. The biggest difference outside of how pretty it looks, which we do match it to your school colors, you pick your cover photo, whatever you want it to be, so it integrates better into your website rather than feeling like it goes to a third-party site like it does now. But the biggest difference here is that what you probably know as legal policy, which is now legal reference, What you have now is a TASB lawyer's interpretation of the law, which can lead to, it can get messy. It can get messy that way. What we've decided to do in the spirit of transparency is our legal reference lists the actual verbiage of the law and nothing more. So parents, the community, the administration, teachers, the board, everyone comes to the table knowing exactly what the law says, not someone's interpretation of it. And we just feel like that's another level of better communication with the community and the district, and also that level of transparency. As far as the transition from this product to what you currently have, I do want to point out we understand your administrations have a lot on their plate, and we want to be respectful of them. This is a virtual no lift on the side of your administration. We would ask them for your school color codes, we would ask them for a cover photo, and then we would do all the heavy lifting. We transfer all of your policy over, and we switch to our legal policy that states the law. Once that's all done, we send you the link, and your IT person switches the direction from this website to this website, and you're done. So we really tried to make minimal disruption to your administration, and we take on all that heavy lifting ourselves. The next item, so this is Member Connect. This is our newest product. It is opening up this Q1, so hopefully next month. It's almost done. You'll see a sample of it there. This is when you become a member of T. Your administration and anyone that is authorized to have a login can go on here, see when your contract dates end with us. You can, when you update your policy, if you have our policy product, your administration can come here, upload the policy to us, send it over, and we'll update that on the back end of our Policy Connect product. It'll have different news items, different alerts, different calendars, just a dashboard of your membership and any services that you decide to use. And then we have training. This is a big one for trustees, and this is where we got the most feedback. Trustees that we've talked to felt like they did get their required training, but they wanted more, and they wanted more meat, more substance. And so we do have all of that required training from the TEA. You can do that online. We also offer Team of 8 and ISO in-person training, which we've done for Katy ISD and soon to be Fort Bend ISD and several others as well. But this is a very convenient way to do it in the comfort of your own home, on your time, on your schedule. But we also have training outside of the necessary training. Like, we have a course on Robert's Rules of Order, because sometimes you don't know Robert's Rules till you need to know Robert's Rules. Or just different understanding what exactly is your role and what is your responsibility as a trustee. What is the truth about executive session? What can you not say, and what's supposed to be discussed there and what's not? All of these are all feedback that we've received from trustees. We continue to add these on a monthly basis as we get feedback from them. But this is a great resource. I'm going to hand it over to John, because he has done an amazing job at getting this platform set up, and he'll talk a little bit more.
Yeah, training's such a key part of what a trustee's role is, because you have to keep on top of everything that is going on in our state. The value that I wanted to bring to our training opportunities is considering the adult learner, because it's different. You know, we don't learn in a sit and get atmosphere. We want to learn in things and tools that you can take away and that you can apply right away. For example, in the Robert's Rule of Order course, at the completion of that course, you get a full manual that was designed for you to bring to a board meeting. If I want to take this action, this is the statement I say. If I want to table this is the statement I say. You know, very actionable documents and artifacts that you can put to work right away. We've tried to make it trustee in mind, trustee informed, so that you're getting the information that you need to serve your students, quite honestly. Some other topics that are coming down our pike that we'll release this fall are nepotism, you know, issues with nepotism in a school district, purchasing, the basics of school finance. How is curriculum developed, adopted, and approved in the state of Texas? You know, what is that logistical process of when you have your chief academic officer here recommending curriculum to you? What has happened prior to that? So those are some of the things that we tried to tackle there. Some of the best learning developers in the state that have developed things along the lines of House Bill 3 reading academies and some of our other premier online opportunities have worked on these courses for you. We also These are all credentialed courses, meaning they satisfy your training requirements. All of our instructors are credentialed with the TEA to give these courses to you. Let's talk about probably the most unglamorous thing we do for a minute, and that is insurance, risk management. You know, it's one of those necessary evils. It's also one of your budget's largest line items, largest single line items. It's covering your property liability, cyber, auto, workers' comp. I call them all the non-glamorous insurances. We're not messing in healthcare and those things. That comes through a different venue, but all the others. We know that the market has been terrible. There were reports last year that some districts experienced 50 to 65% increases in one fiscal year. That is unsustainable. We know that. We know we know we're all in this fight together when it comes to insurance. Insurance is not an ideological product. We're trying to get good pricing, good service, so that we can just have the coverage that we need in place, okay? We're all working towards the same goal on this. This is one of those services that I always put out there, you know, throw your hat in. It's an application, just like when you shop your insurance each year for your auto, for your home, all of those things. If it's a good rate, use it. If you get a better rate somewhere else, by all means, please use that. One thing that is very different than us, than a lot of other insurance pools and insurance providers, is we are an a la carte association, meaning if our workers' comp is the best deal for you, but the others are not, take our workers' comp and go elsewhere for your other policies, and vice versa. Our policies are, and that was feedback we received from chief financial officers and trustees. You know, if I had flexibility, I could save my school district $250,000, you know, but some of these places lock you into we're all or nothing. So please know that we're a la carte. If we can serve you on one or all, we'll be happy to do that. I will note for you an important date, February 28th. That's when our pool closes for 25-26 enrollment. We've sent out a lot of information about this. I'll definitely follow up with you without those application procedures. It's an online application. No commitment necessary. You're not obligated to take the insurance policies. We just want to give you another tool to consider when you start looking at those coverages later this spring and this summer. Let's talk in just a minute about Board Connect and how you run your actual board meetings. This is our comparable product to what TASB has out there in Board Book. We have partnered with a company called Diligent, who actually already represents many school districts in Texas. Plano ISD, South Lake Carroll just joined them, Sherman, some districts in West Texas as well. They already have a pretty healthy Texas presence. Some of the things we like about this: first of all, it's a very similar price point when you come in at their base model. You know, when we're just looking at the fiscal side of this. Their base model is called Essentials. It looks more like that top graphic that you see there. You know, it is customizable to your school color scheme and those kind of things, but it doesn't have a lot of the bells and whistles, but it is very comparable to the base TASB model. Then you can work your way up from there, and you can see more of the advanced model on the Carroll ISD graphic underneath that has video integration and integrated agendas. Like, for example, on that agenda, if you click that agenda item, it's going to take you to that place in the video, exactly where that's talked about. So there are some transparency tools that can be utilized there for your benefit. And this is built on a consult basis. This is a very customized product. So it's we would just consult with you to see your interest there and what the pricing might be. HR is a big part of what a school board association does, is providing that legal support to your HR departments. We provide basically every comparable service that you're used to, from all the appropriate forms, job descriptions, grievance processes, HR forms, contracts, all of the things, including compensation studies and staffing studies. We know that that's also a big part. I just want to make you aware, this is another service that that also we leave more on the ISD side for input, meaning our job descriptions look different. We don't put all the things that could be written on a job description that are not required by federal and state law. What you will see different in some of our forms is a lot of extras added. that are not requirements, a lot of protections and things that are not required by state and federal law. So you will see that ours adhere strictly to state and federal law. If you want to add other things, that's certainly your prerogative. You're not going to have that push from us, and you're not going to have that guidance from us. You're going to get what is required there. I have to say, as a recovering CFO, I was so impressed with your financial audit earlier in this. Great job. We are in front of a lot of boards, and we get to see a lot of presentations and get to talk to a lot of trustees. This may be my first in like 6 months where we're not trying to figure out a deficit budget and you know that we took a huge hit to fund balance. Outstanding job. Great job. I just have to say that. I have nothing to say here. You know, are you dealing with a deficit budget? No. But, no, we do have staff, some of the most skilled school finance people, those people that have that systemic knowledge, they are definitely a dying breed in our state. No, we have that support available. Should you just ever need some extra support, sounds like you're in very good hands. Just the numbers that you were reporting speaks to your commitment to, you know, to conservative fiscal management. So keep up the good work. Other services, legal, which Hava's talked about, purchasing co-op. You know, I looked through some of your expenditures. You're obviously large consumers of Buy Board. Great, keep using them. Buy Board is not an association or is not a purchasing co-op that is tied to your current school board provider. They have a partnership with them, so you can still use them outside of that. Buy Board is not exclusive to TASB, is what I'm saying. Keep using them. We have a purchasing co-op that we recommend. It's called Equalis. They're a large national Buy Board, just like purchasing co-op, just like Buy Board is. What we encourage is shop them all. Get the best price, get the best value, get the best rebates. That's what really competitive bidding is all about. So we encourage you to shop them all. We also have energy and fuel. Our energy and fuel partners are actually partnered here down in the Houston Metroplex. So just know, and kind of our rule of thumb is, if you are in a current energy or fuel contract, stay in it. You probably have a much better rate than anybody can give you right now. However, some of those are going to expire. You know, some of those contracts are 10, 15-year contracts. You know, so you may never have to deal with this. If they come open, just like our insurance pool, we'd like to give you a quote. If it fits, it fits. If it doesn't, we want you to be the best stewards of taxpayer money. Another thing the final thing that I want to mention is our trustee mentor program. You know, there's nothing that prepares you to be a trustee. Nothing at all. Hava and I have not been trustees. And so what we'd like to do is connect, especially new trustees, with other successful trustees in the state. It's not a formal program. It's more of a networking program that you can phone a friend. Hey, how did you guys handle this in your district? You know, as a board president, how do you navigate this? You know, how do you navigate policy development? Just all those things. So no, it's a priority for us to connect you with other trustees, and everyone is somewhere along the paradigm. You may be mentored by somebody, but I guarantee you, before too long, you're going to be mentoring someone else that I'm going to be handing your names out to have influence on. If you choose, yes. So next steps, and we'll wind up very quickly here. Step one is just signing your membership agreement. This is a fee-waived agreement for your first year through the end of this fiscal year. As Hava mentioned earlier, this includes your policy audit. You know, for us to take a deep dive into your policy to make sure that you're compliant with all state and federal laws and that there are not any gaps there that you need to be made aware of. Two, you can review more in depth. I provided your board president earlier with very specific service agreements for all of these various steps and their pricing points. I will also provide those to Dr. Knoll at the conclusion of this meeting. Look those through. If you want to try any of them on for size, we'd be happy to have that discussion with you. We'll implement those services, and you can begin immediately enjoying the T difference in leading your school.
And one other thing to add, any Policy Connect, the policy housing, the board book, any of those services, if you wanted to start trying them now, you would not be billed until the next school year, the 25-26 school year. So just keep in mind, this really is a no cost, no risk option to you. You can even look at it as a trial period if you'd like. I will say it's always ended with success with all of our districts because these products really are, like I said, they're fit just right for your district. And so we've had a lot of good feedback and no returns.
Just winding up our presentation, and again, you will have a copy of this slide deck in the link that I will share with you at the conclusion of this meeting. We have various different email addresses there for our different departments. My personal email is there. And again, just thank you for considering partnering with T. And at this time, I'll entertain any questions that you might have.
I have a question. So how many districts do you serve that are similar to ours, and how many staff members do you have that support your organization and the districts?
Very good question.
Oh,
go ahead.
We have our executive staff, which is John, myself, and our VP of HR. And then we have a myriad of support staff that come. Some contracted, some are full-time. It just depends on the need there. The closest, are you asking about size-wise? Mm-hmm. How many districts do we have size-wise? We did just sign on to do Fort Bend's Team of 8 training, which they signed a membership agreement for. Like I said, we also did Katie's Team of 8 training. We're in talks right now with some other districts that are similar in size, if not bigger than yours in this area. Right now, as far as ones that are starting to, another big one would be Keller ISD, which is in Tarrant County. They are over 40,000 students, I think. So outside of this area, that would probably be the big, y'all have big districts in this area, but outside of there, that would be the biggest one.
So you say Team of 8 training, it looked like that was an a la carte option. Like, do you have to be a member in order to partake in something like that?
Training? Yes, for us to come in and do your Team of 8 training, we do require that membership agreement.
So they're on trial memberships?
Yes.
So but that would be included in our, right now, if we were to do it, it would be included.
No cost.
At no cost.
The training would cost, but the membership does not cost, right?
Mm-hmm. As a new board member, what would be helpful for me is a side-by-side of what, because this is, oh, okay.
I'll just, sorry, I don't have it on. You want to take a picture of that real quickly so I can refer to it?
Well, it might be,
I just meant right now.
Study it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I will say we will never charge you more for an apples-to-apples service than what you're paying right now. We would never ask you to pay more taxpayer dollars than what you're currently paying with your service right now. So that is why if it starts mid-year, we will waive that cost until your current contract with your current provider expires. So you're not paying any extra cost, and then we will price match, for lack of a better term. The only difference there would be if you decided to upgrade some of the products that you currently don't have the option to with your association.
I have a question. Hi there. Thanks for coming to present today. Can you tell me a little bit more about your policies and housing them and staying up to date and who's monitoring all of that? If you could walk us through that, that'd be great.
As far as the procedural part of our organization, we did try to keep it very similar to what your administration is used to now. So again, very minimal disruption to their policies and procedures and how they handle it. So that Member Connect that I showed you, anytime you pass a policy, your administration would upload that to our member portal with the date that it was adopted by your board, and then our staff would go in the back end of your what we call Policy Connect, which you know is Policy Online, and we would update that policy, and which is the same thing that your association does now.
I think I'm referring more to how our existing policies would transfer over to you, or do you guys start with a general?
We will take all your policies and we will do that all ourselves, and then so they'll all stay as they are, however you have them now, and then as you start to update them, that'll obviously update. The one thing that would change would be the legal side. It would change from that interpretation of the law to the actual letter of the law.
Yeah, your local policies will transfer intact because that is your current governing document, and it doesn't change unless it runs through this board meeting. So it will literally travel as a whole document if the platform changes.
So for the legal policies, though, those would transfer over to you. You guys would do an audit, and then you would refer back to the legislation on them, or would you rework them, or how does that work?
So the legal side, what's currently in your legal reference, that won't transfer at all. That's going to stay. That is a TASB-owned product, and you don't own that, and nor do we. Quite honestly, the legal side, when you look at legal reference.
I thought there was some legislation that took place recently that the policies belong to the...
That's your local. your local policies belong to you, okay? So,
I get the local, but I did think I heard something about legal policies, but
I
we
will
can.
say Carroll ISD, they were the first district that I know of to leave TASB, and they were sent a letter that they did not own their legal reference or legal policy.
But there was a lawsuit.
No, that's what they're referring
Okay,
to. It was
okay.
on local, but see, the reason we can't own the legal is because that's their interpretation, the reference of what they say the law
So-
means. It's not actual legal.
So then, kind of going along with that, so when legislation changes or laws change, how do you, because I know TASB has updates that they give out, I don't know, every three times a year or so. How do you guys update?
That's part of our policy services that you can join, and so we will, the legislative updates, TEA mandates that come down, court rulings that affect education. If those are things that should be adopted into local policy, like what I referenced before about teaching of the Constitution and things like that, they'll be in the local part. We would also update that legal portion to update any laws that are either changed or added.
and of course, any local policy that we're going to send to you for consideration is just that. It's your consideration. And you know, we take the first draft at it from our vantage point, but then of course it's your consideration of what you want to do. Our keeping the legal reference up to date is of no charge to you. That is our responsibility to keep the legal side. That's done autonomously.
In real time?
Yes.
Okay.
And we have various people monitoring that because there are so many things that impact school policy. Everything from the election code to finance codes to HR codes. I mean, and so we have a variety of people that are monitoring these things. In fact, we're about to release an update, probably the end of next month, of things that happened late fall, you know, that need to be addressed and people need to be made aware of. Very similar process. That's about the only thing you can do is react when the commissioner posts a new rule, when, you know, a federal court case overturns something. You know, you're just waiting and reacting and tracking with those cases to issue those.
What was your timing, just out of curiosity, what was your timing with the Title IX stuff?
Nearly instantaneously, yes.
Yes. Well, Carroll ISD sued the Biden administration over Title IX and won for their district. And so we were literally lifetime with that one. But yes, we definitely keep up with that. I will also tell you one thing I forgot to mention, EFA, EFB that mentioned before. I don't know if I said it, but it will be included in that policy audit. We're just throwing it in there because so many districts have asked us to redo what they received, frankly. And so but with Title IX, that one is at the forefront of our mind at all times. We're always watching that. Also now in the past week, our executive branch has issued orders that actually our policies already fulfill. So from the federal level as well, we're following those also. So we're keeping track of everything. And then of course, like I said, with that policy audit, I would first send it to your board president or whoever you designate to handle that. And we go through it like a fine-tooth comb. And we go through and make changes. There may be things that you want discussed in high school, but not in middle school. They may be policies that you want to change, add, edit, whatever it may be. We're going to, in the end, it's your decision. So we're going to make sure that that's really what this board wants and it fits the values of your district and the goals that you have. So that is also extremely customized. We don't go in and just change everything. We give you a starting off point, and if there's changes that you want to make, we have long discussions about that.
How does this affect our membership with TASB? Is it one or the other?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
This is not a T versus TASB competition. You probably have a lot of vendors for different services that you get for lots of services in your school district. Especially when you're considering a new vendor that's new to you and you're not familiar, we want you to try us on for size. See how the fit is, see how the service is. Are you getting what you need out of the School Board Association? We feel like you will. And that's how confident we feel in our services and on our products. But this isn't a one or the other. It's not, this isn't a hardcore press to make a decision here about one or the other. We feel like those decisions will come in time after you experience the service of the two organizations.
And if a board wanted to stay with both and continue to stay with both, then that would be their choice, and they were absolutely able to do that as well.
One of the things that I asked you about, because Dr. Knoll mentioned it to me and I became concerned about it, is on insurance. One of the areas you all have grown in since he last looked at your information was that you're now offering the insurance options. And when I asked you, I said, but what happens if you can't beat their TASB's risk pool on the insurance? And your response was that you all would waive us again the $5,500 for the following year to give you time to possibly beat it the next year, which would then cut the TASB expense in half, to us. If you were to look at the total numbers. I found that to be impressive, and I thank you for that, because I have to look at what is best on all the issues and what our team needs, not just, jump ship and, burn the sails and the whole bit. So I was glad, I wanted to point that out. And you are cooperating and confirming that?
Yes, absolutely. And as you continue to grow in size and property value, your actual school, you're probably going to have 2 to 3 insurance vendors to cover to amass enough to cover the liabilities that you have. You get to certain sizes, like a Sci-Fair, a Katie, they have to utilize several different insurance broker partners, because nobody's going to take on that much risk in one policy. So it's not a bad idea to start, considering all those different vendors and potential partners as you continue to grow, which that's been the theme of today, is growth in Conroe. So
I like the idea of a trial period. I am concerned about taking away systems that our district depends on to get things done. And so I would really like to hear from our administrators that would be affected by some of these changes and how they feel that this, a trial worked out and how the changes would work for them. So.
I think in general, there are departments that rely heavily on the services that we receive. HR and legal would be the two immediately that jump out, and then on the purchasing side with the buy board piece, part of what we talk about this all the time, but we are lean. Our departments are thin. We don't have manpower to function with all the things. So we rely not on decision making from an outside group. No one makes decisions for us. We make our own decisions, but for the resources that are provided, I don't see any concern from the administrative side on a trial basis or who you all receive your training from. That none of that impacts the staff work. I would be very concerned with as President Odenmuller said, burning the sails motion, and we look up and we have an HR department that does not have the level, because all due respect to Carol, they're a tenth of our size. The HR issues that we experience are in a whole different realm. So that's where I would be concerned. If it's a parallel, let's see, and I wouldn't have those concerns really at all. But I just know as I look around and I see our people, I know what they do. If they were left standing alone with nothing, I'd be really concerned. But if that's not what we're talking about, then I don't have that same level of concern.
And I think when I'm asking for a side-by-side, like a side-by-side in the products and what the product offers, and because this is, as a new board member, this is a lot of information, and I don't feel like I have enough information to make a decision yet. I love the trial period as well, but just a side-by-side on the products and the manpower in those products and all of that would be helpful for me personally.
And how we use TASB as well, because you mentioned HR, but I'd like to understand better how it would affect HR. I'm not questioning whether it does. I just want to understand more
and I'm sure,
how it would affect.
And I say this, I'm sure, because it's been expressed to me, but I'm sure TASB would appreciate this same opportunity probably to visit with you all as well, because they've never had this opportunity as well. But yeah, absolutely. And I know there will be a few, I'm not even sure who it is, but we'll have a few of y'all that will come and see our salary study process that will happen in just a few weeks or in the next week or so. That's just one little component of it. But yeah, we can go through and highlight all the different things. that
I
we
do
received.
like when you talked about having the actual law reference there
Yeah.
as opposed to the interpretation of the law. As I've learned a lot about that. And I think it's important to be able to see the language itself, so I like that. I think that's very helpful.
I do too, and I just think of the timing because, I mean, I've been working on a policy, a legal policy for, gosh, like 4 months now that I didn't feel was a proper interpretation. And so instead of being able to change it, we were going to wait for the TASB update. Now the TASB update finally came out, and now it's not on our agenda, and so it's going to take another couple months for the whole process to go into place. So I do like that aspect of it for sure.
You've been working on that for 10 months.
I wasn't
Who's
totally
counting?
understanding that one. So you said it'll take us directly to the law. Is there an interpretation offered by TEE as well to help? Because I know like part of the law is interpreting it, right? So is there an interpretation as well?
Interpretation can also cause bias in a lot of the cases that we found, and so we decided to go straight to the source. A lot of our our legal team can help with the interpretation if you need it, or if you have your district attorneys, or if you have a board specific attorney can help with that as well. But again, that would go against what we believe as far as we're not the governors, and we don't want you to. It'd be swapping one for another. TASB's become, they had a training where they in Canyon ISD, where they told trustees, unlike any other elected official, when you get elected, you are now accountable to the district and not to the taxpayers. We don't agree with that. Dripping Springs trustee came forward and said that he went to one of their trainings where they told them to hold back teacher raises as leverage for this next legislative session to try to get more funding. That's not something we're going to support either, because our teachers should not be put in the middle of that battle, or whatever you want to call it. Their last training in San Antonio, they had seminars on how to silence public comments and parents, where we're advocates of parental rights. We believe this is a partnership. They're handing over their precious children for 8 hours a day. They should have a voice in this as well, and they shouldn't be silenced. And I can see that that's the culture that y'all have here, is to allow them to speak freely. So at the same time, while it could be possible that they are putting their bias into their interpretation, we also don't want to put any bias in that as well.
Are there cases listed so that we can see precedents and how rulings have been made in previous courts?
Yes, all the citations are in the policy. If you wanted to track down to the case level, and read what the comments were, the citations are there that you can take that back to. And just as a matter of function, so you understand our membership agreement, because I know that's a big decision. The membership agreement that has been presented to the district expires on August 31st. Should you choose not to renew it, it will expire then. And that's how it works. It's not a commitment, a long-term commitment, that kind of thing. It is purely designed for you to have a trial opportunity to consider those services.
Can you just expound on that a little bit more? So if you sign a membership agreement, does that mean that you're taking on all 4 of these things, or do we select one of the things, or how does that work?
What you would basically get with the base level membership agreement that is fee waived for is the big tangible is the policy audit, for you to consider. And we think that's a good way to try us on for size, to look at how we look at policy, how we would scrutinize what's currently there, and then that's a good step forward. Another thing that I encourage is training. That's a good non-committal way to see, what are these folks about? How do they relate to us as a district, and what kind of guidance are they going, and frameworks are they going to be bringing to us? So those are our 2 recommendations, and in districts like yours that are, they're just contemplating their options, not ready to make that final commitment, not ready to sever ties. Those are the 2 primary areas.
So you have to indicate which area you want, or
Not
you just,
necessarily.
okay.
We can certainly visit with your board president, superintendent, to say, I would anticipate that we would have a call maybe next week and say, well, y'all had some time to look at this. Are there any services beyond our policy audit that you want to consider? If the answer is no, then the answer is no. If it's yes, let's get some training dates booked, or let's take a look at whatever. That's how it would work.
based on the research that I did and the districts that I reached out to, the trustees that I reached out to, because really TASB is supposed to be directed for school board assistance, help, represent us. Everyone that I checked with has been very pleased, and I think there were 4 or 5 that I checked with. And that's not just recent, it's been over the last year that I've been asking. Because when I ran, one of the things I heard over and over and over again is, are you leaving TASB? Well, I was very careful to say that I would look at alternatives and make that consideration. I'm not necessarily saying today we're leaving TASB, but I also don't see any reason why we wouldn't have another vendor or option as well, especially since it's a trial basis anyway, and we're not making changes to our operation at the moment in that basic membership. So looking at that, there was something else I was going, I already said that part, never mind. So, are there any other questions at this time? If we have other questions, I'd be happy to.
I just had one quick question.
Sure.
So if we did decide to say abuse their HR services, would we have to come back to vote on that? Like, would we have to vote on each thing we were using individually and discuss it as a board? How does that work?
I would say I think we should evaluate that as a board because this is our organization that we're overseeing. I wouldn't just make a unilateral decision without checking and visiting with, say, HR. HR is a separate entity. It's not.
Yeah, just an
Yes. And the same thing with board book and the same thing with other things. Obviously, the more integrated you are, the more, I would imagine, the more streamlined things are than being in different places. However, I wouldn't want to make a decision, say, on HR without getting with Dr. Knoll and Paula Green and everyone on that, and then the board making a decision on it. But that's my.
No, I totally agree with you. I just wanted to make sure we were all.
Do you have a copy of your membership agreement?
We do. And I will be providing this board a link to a digital folder.
If you could move, I'm sorry, if you could just move closer to the mic. You're soft-spoken, and I want to make sure everybody can hear you.
Thank you, Dr. Knoll. Yes, at the conclusion of this meeting, we will be providing each of you a link to a digital folder that has that membership agreement, and it actually has the, what we call services agreement, but it's basically the contracts for each of the services that we've talked about. You can see very explicitly there all of the deliverables, all the services that you can expect, the associated fees. There's also a summary fee document in that folder if you just want to see everything at a glance. There's a copy of this presentation, and I think that covers it. So,
wonderful. Thank you.
So I would entertain a motion to do just the interim, trial membership with them for their basic membership and their auditing of our policies.
I think it's just hard for me personally because I haven't seen the membership agreement, so that just gives me a little bit of pause. It's hard for me to agree to something that I haven't actually read or seen.
Okay,
is this the one
fine.
that's free? Where
Yeah,
kind
it's
of
just
a
the
free
free
trial?
membership.
Yeah, I think it would be better.
So it's non-binding. This isn't a binding agreement.
It expires at the end of August, and if you do not renew it, then you're never charged.
So I think in the absence of seeing the agreement, as long as it can be confirmed that it's non-binding, it's a trial period.
I would even make that into your motion if I were to advise you into a non-binding.
The closest thing I compare it to is a Costco membership. It lets you, it gets you in the door, but it's up to you what you want to buy. So that's all it does, and it expires every year.
And if I could just offer something, Mrs. May, there are a lot of items that you all approve, like full contracts that maybe you don't read the full contract, but that you authorize me to execute, and that's my job to go through and make sure that there's nothing in there that I believe is a red flag, and if there ever was, then I wouldn't execute the contract. I'd bring it back forward. So I just offer that as a.
So you're saying you would read this for us, so we would vote.
I would say that I'd offer that as an intermediate step, right, for you to say that you would authorize me to move forward with it, and then that becomes my responsibility with Ms. Gladys as well to make sure. And if there's any red flags, we'd bring it back. We wouldn't move forward. But if there's not, then we would move forward. So I just offer that.
And we have done that before, just so you know. When we worked with Katie earlier, we negotiated that final document because there were some additional things the district wanted indicated. We're happy to work with Dr. Knoll and his team to do that.
Okay.
And I absolutely welcome that, and I'm glad that Dr. Knoll stated that. Was what the reason I looked at Trustee May when I was like, was because I really didn't want to say, I've seen the agreement, it's pretty basic, there's not hardly anything in it except for the price, and it states that. But I wouldn't say that to her because she hasn't seen it, directly say that, because I respect that. I've stated it to both Dr. Knoll and Ms. Galatis. I don't want to sign anything I haven't had time to read and digest because I have to sign so many documents for them, or for the district.
I appreciate, oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say also, I did have an attorney read it over, and there's really nothing, just to put that out
Yeah,
there.
I so appreciate what you saying that, Dr. Knoll. That really helps a lot. I mean, I think I'm ready to take action and call a motion. I motion that we get into a membership agreement that's non-binding with Dr. Knoll having overview of the membership agreement.
Second.
Any other discussion? All right, we'll call a vote. All those in favor, show by the uplift of hands. I can't see, is that everyone? Okay, the motion carries 7-0.
Thank y'all.
you. We look forward to working with you across the course of the spring.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thank you for being so flexible, given the fact that with the weather, well, first of all, we were going to try to have you come during the workshop, and that had to change. And then we had to change it because of the weather. You all have been wonderful to be flexible with us. Thank you.
So that we come back for we did get into a contract, we come back to the
Moving on to item 9D, update the board's legislative priorities for the 89th legislative session. Trustee Nelson, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, Trustee Nelson, you brought this to our attention as wanting to revise it from the last board session, so I'd like to turn this over to you.
Thank you, President Odenweller. In front of you, you guys should have 3 versions of the legislative priorities. I do feel that this is important for us to kind of revisit. It's something that we visited as a previous board, I don't know, back in October or November perhaps. But now we have 4 new board members, and with the 89th legislative session just starting, I feel it's important that we have a current and up-to-date legislative priority list that is reflective of who we are as a current board. So you should have 3 versions in front of you. One version 1A, version 1B, and then version 2. Originally, we had 2 versions that came out that everyone was able to take a look at, sending in feedback. I had been discussing it with Trustee May, and also we had just kind of narrowed it down. We felt that the list was really long, and it was just not effective bringing that door to door. So we really wanted to just make it more concise. So we narrowed it down to these 4 particular sections: basic allotment, special education allotment, safety and security, and transportation allotment. We pulled some things from version 1B over to version 1A. And like, for instance, if you look at version 1B, there's a bullet point under basic allotment. The minimum increase of $1,000 is needed to keep up with inflation. I just felt like that wasn't necessary to be in there. I haven't received a 20% increase since 2019, so I don't know that, I just felt that was just sort of unnecessary statements. There were a few things that I pulled from version B or removed from version B to version A. And so I personally felt that version A was the one that I personally liked. I felt like it was a good comprehensive overview. There are some specifics in there, about basic allotment, special education allotment. I liked that it stood out on its own because it is its own entity. We worked with Karen Garza and also with Dr. Blakelock in getting these specific numbers specific to our district, which I thought was really important. It's great to see the general overview. One of the things I learned about special education is not all districts are the same, and there are some districts that don't live up to what's allotted, but we are actually going over. So to be able to paint that picture for legislators I thought was really important. And safety security, we talked about Chapter 37 today, and having local control, also the safety and security allotment, and then transportation. We learned that there's a huge deficit in transportation allotment. So this I felt was a really comprehensive list. There is a version 2 that I'm not sure who sent that in. It looks like things were a little more condensed, but then they put all of the allotments in one section, and then they also kept safety and security, but then added accountability and assessment reform. I was looking for, again, I'm not sure who did this, but I was looking for a little more, maybe some bullet points or specifics on that. So I just open this up for.
On which part of 2 you were wanting more specifics?
The accountability and assessment reform. And so I'm just, would hope to discuss this, and hopefully we can get something passed. I'm really grateful that also on these we included the date that this would be voted in, which would be hopefully January of 2025. So we know that there's a distinctive difference between the one that was voted upon back in October, November, and the one that will be used to represent Conroe ISD.
I would like to request that we approach this seriatim and go sort of section by section.
Okay.
Utilizing which version?
Go section by section on each version. So I know like the basic allotment on 1A and 1B is the same. It kind of goes into funding. So if we could go kind of section by section, then if there's another section that isn't on all of them, we could probably do that at the end.
Sure. So if you look at version 1, and I'm talking about 1A and 1B, I'm not talking about version 2 because that's a little bit different. Is that what you're referencing?
Sure. We could do 1A and 1B and then do version 2 after. I was just thinking we could, like, it seems like some of it goes into, like some of version 2, like school funding goes into version A basic allotment.
Yeah, they can, the person that put together version 2, it looks like they condensed all of the funding into
That was me, by the way.
One category. Okay, good to know. But I personally felt that special education particularly needed to stand on its own. So that's why I pulled it out. But like I said, the difference between version 1A and B, under basic allotment, you can see that version B, the second bullet point is removed, and that was the $1,000 increase in basic allotment to keep up with the inflation. I just thought that was sort of silly, so I wanted to get that one removed. I mean, is this what you're asking? You want to know like section by section?
When I looked at this being sent out, it said that we were supposed to discuss as a board. So I was thinking, since as we discuss, we can discuss like basic allotment first and then the next, just so we know, like, okay, we're discussing basic allotment. If anybody has anything to add or change.
Okay, so I guess what you're saying is that let's just talk right now, basic allotment. What do we want included?
Yeah. So
and looking at all 3 versions, which pieces do we want to keep?
Yeah, and then once everybody agrees on, how that should sound, then move on to special education.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to do that. We did send out several versions of this a couple weeks ago or so that we could sort of condense this conversation. And I think the only feedback that was received was perhaps this version 2. So I'm happy to go through the list, but I mean, they're all.
I'll be honest, I was really confused. I'm receiving several versions and the 2 came later. I didn't know which one I was supposed to look at. So I agree that I think it might help to kind of go.
All right. Let's go ahead.
I was a part of helping to create version 1A and 1B, and so I just want to make a couple of clarifications, and I want to thank Dr. Blakelock and her team for bringing the look of it to life, and then the meat and potatoes of it. We pulled from the original priorities, which I believe the district planning committee helped to create. So the only one on here that is new and different would be the transportation allotment. My personal thought process on this, as somebody that has worked in the Capitol, is that when you take something into an office to utilize, to share what's important to you, and for us it would be to our district, that it needs to be a streamlined version. The original version I personally thought was just too broad. And so if you notice on the original version, the first one is increase the basic allotment.
Sorry, is that one for 1B or 1A?
I personally prefer 1A. That would be the one that I would be recommending to vote on today would be 1A. And again, you know,
Could we just work off of that, and I could move that we do that, and then if there's something that we add in from the
Sure.
other ones?
That
Okay.
works for
So
me.
I move that we.
Oh, you don't have to do a motion on it.
Okay, I don't. So we are focusing on 1A then, and then we
So
can.
basic allotment, and we went to Dr. Knoll as well, because I did want to know from him, you know, as the CEO of this organization, what was most beneficial and helpful for us to talk about. And so we took the most important pieces of what we think would make a difference for our district if the legislature was able to pass them. So basic allotment is on so many districts' priority list as a way to improve the funding, and it was on the original list as well.
I'm fine with the basic allotment language in 1A.
On 1A.
I do feel like, and I think I was looking at the previous board's list, sorry, I think that's where I also got confused. Wasn't there something about moving from ADA over to enrollment funding on the previous list? Is that on any of these?
I have that listed as something I would be interested in including as well.
I actually am not in favor of moving away from ADA, but I would be in favor, I mean, well, there's 2 points to this. I would be in favor of that being a bonus, like your ADA, but average daily attendance boosting, you know, if you've got it.
I just think if, you know, the state is looking at vouchers, which they are, that those schools aren't compliant to ADA, so I don't know that it would be fair that, you know, an independent school district would have to be compliant.
And I understand that, but then here's where, well, I would tell you that comes back to language and bills as well. And if we can sit there and say we're in favor of something or we want something, but unless we have someone out there advocating for it and have a bill that we're trying to help promote, then it's really just almost lip service. So, I mean, I understand what you're saying.
I was looking at some other school districts and saw that one came up quite a bit.
Yeah, I think it was important that we made the list more concise, so we really wanted to narrow it down to 3 to 4, just very specific points that we wanted to make sure that we hit. And we felt that the list that we had before just had, I don't know, 15 or, I mean, it had several different things, different priorities. So this was just an effort to make it more concise.
I was concerned that all 3 versions talk about building annual inflation increases into the formula, because when I looked, the average inflation rate from 1950 to present day is about 3.5%. And I don't think that is going to encourage districts to perhaps spend less if they know they're going to get a 3.5% raise in funding the next year. I mean, I think it would be wonderful for everybody, but it also kind of encourages an increasingly bloated government and government spending.
So if we were able to remove the wording about inflation but leave the basic allotment, would you be in favor of that?
Yeah, and even saying like ask for a review to rate, you know, of how the inflation rate looks, because we've had ridiculous inflation since 2019, and I think this is too long to have gone without a review and a raise. But I think we should really ask them to kind of, you know, look at it every couple of years instead of randomly every 6 years.
So you want to remove the first bullet point, or you want to add a review?
Increase the basic allotment, is that what you're wanting to narrow it down to?
Increase the basic allotment to account for inflation since 2019 and request the legislature review the formulas for inflation increases every 2 years or whenever they meet.
Well, this says annual.
Or an annual review, I think just though putting the percentage.
Yeah, annual review is fine, yeah.
So doing annual review instead of inflation.
Mm-hmm. I also think we'd be more likely to get them to do that than to build in inflation. I think we'd be more likely to get them to review it every year.
Can they do that every year?
Or, well, whenever the legislature meets, I mean.
Every other year.
Yeah.
Something too I noticed on other ones.
I don't think they can do it every year, though. She's right.
Whenever they meet would be fine. So like when the legislature.
Or each legislative cycle.
Yeah, look at.
Biennium.
Mm-hmm.
And so review so that they can adjust accordingly? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, just review when they meet to adjust
They're
that.
taking in the certain, based off of inflation and, our housing prices going up. That's why we have the excess,
Yeah,
so
but that's
just
also
to-
why they've been increasing all the additional allotments as well since 2019.
I also think that the legislature needs to review every whenever they meet for inflation increases. Like, I think it would be better if they reviewed it instead of just a guarantee, and I think we'll be more likely to get them to do that.
I just don't, I mean, when you say that, it almost sounds like they're not reviewing it. And I think everybody's aware that
Well, in reality, I don't know that anyone has been evaluating the inflational cost to us or what it's costing us to run the district.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if
Yeah,
they
that's
were
too long.
reviewing it, you would think we wouldn't have gone 6 years without a change.
Yeah, and it doesn't seem
again,
to be
the
happening
allotments have changed
consistently,
substantially.
So I think asking for some consistency there would be very helpful.
I don't think allotments have changed based on that, though.
Allotments have definitely changed since 2019.
But not based on inflation.
Not basic.
But
And
we don't
not
know that
basic.
we don't know that it's based on inflation.
Well, since we're talking
that
about
they're
basic
increasing.
allotment, I think if we just address it to basic allotment. And I mean, if they can't review annually,
okay,
they would have to write something into the formula to account for annual inflation. They could do that this legislative session, and it would apply moving forward annually.
Yeah, I can just
That's
tell
okay.
you that, we've had several legislators look over the list here, and they think it looks great, so I don't know.
I did call Senator Creighton's office to get their opinion on it
And
as well.
I've spoken
So-
to a state rep as well, so.
I'm going to be honest, as long as they review and give us the attention on basic allotment,
I don't
I'm
wanna
not
get
as
too-
worried about the
yeah, I don't
verbiage
wanna
in
get
that
too
regards,
nitpicky
but
and
I
ask for too
respect and
much.
agree with what you're saying about keeping us being, fiscally responsible with the money we're being given. So I'm deferring to y'all what you want to do on that.
I still think that we should ask for the legislature to review it, because for all we know, districts are gonna come up against something else in the future that needs to be reviewed. I think that asking for consistent review would be helpful.
Legislators don't review that.
I think what this is, let me be clear, I think what this is actually, the way it's stated, is we are telling them that annual inflation has to be input into the formula.
You don't think they know that?
So yeah, I think that is
Don't
what
think
that's saying.
I've been addressing it.
Don't think they know what?
No, I think
That we have inflation.
Well, I mean, if they know it already,
seem
why
that
are
way.
we putting it in there?
And then also, why are they cutting our SPED money? If a student is labeled SPED, they cut our basic allotment basically in half. And then it still costs that much to put a kid in the cafeteria or in
Yeah.
a gym or whatever. So, I mean, it goes right back to the basic allotment being the appropriate basic allotment.
Yeah, I would like for
regardless.
them to review the basic allotment more regularly.
And I think
Okay.
too, I saw, when we're speaking of allotment and funding, that some other districts have wording about teacher pay increases. So that, if we are giving more to districts, like, let's make sure that it's going to
Yeah.
our teachers so that we can keep these schools staffed. So I don't know, I've got a few versions, from other districts that say that. I don't know if you guys would be interested.
Yeah, no, I agree with that as well, but I think it's all pretty obvious, like, once you increase basic allotment, teachers will be happy. Once you increase the special education, teachers will be happy. Safety and security, chapter 37, teachers will be happy.
Well,
I think it all kind
the
of,
minimum teacher salary and the minimum salary schedule to reflect inflation. It hasn't been updated since 2019 either, and that is not the same as the basic allotment. So I definitely think that something needs to be said about that.
And we've definitely had allotments given to us, income coming into us in allotments, but teachers have seen the minimal increase out of all that money that's been sent to us. They've received the least.
And I also want to point out that Dr. Knoll made a point to me the other day that if it is only for teacher raises, I mean, he still has a whole lot of staff that
staff
he still has
raises,
to, so
yeah.
it would have to be
Right.
distributed evenly. Dr. Knoll, if you received an increase in the basic allotment, would you be able to give raises throughout?
Yeah, that's an interesting
it
thing.
says it right here.
Yeah,
It's a bullet point under version 1A. Additional funding would increase local control for providing raises for all employees to help address rising operational costs.
which is critical. I love that inclusion of local control, because one of the things that always concerns me is when they come out and say they're gonna give $6,000 for teacher raises, and they give us exactly that amount of money, but then we have 5,500 other employees that we can't fund. If I could offer maybe just a thought here, just to maybe help us with this. You're setting priorities for the 89th legislative session. So you are asking for them, what will they do in the next 6 months? It's not really to the future, because they've all got to get reelected or they're not going to be there. So they're never going to promise future, right? So you could have a bullet that says you want them to do even, a review in the next biennium, but before we get to the next biennium, you're going to do new legislative priorities. So I would just,
That's a good point.
It's going to be really difficult to ever get like the exact wording for all 7 of you to be like, that's exactly how I would say it. It's going to be really hard to get there.
Could we vote maybe on each section, Dr. Knoll?
You could do it. You could do it exactly however you want it. It's just I don't know, it would be an official motion really, because I don't think it'd be action. I think your action item would be at the end, but I think it'd really be more of a survey to say, is everybody good with the basic allotment? And if we're good enough, if we're good enough, then let's go. But I just would say, I know that we have a hard out for some of you to have to go pick up your children. If we go word by word, I don't think we're going to achieve what you're hoping to achieve tonight. So or today's going to turn into tonight, I guess is what I'm saying. So
I'm fine with the first portion. I don't know.
With basic allotment?
Yes.
All right, everybody good with the basic allotment section?
To account
The
for
majority.
To account for inflation since 2019, or not include that part?
I like it the way it is. Because
I like
wrote
it the way it is. I think in the future, though, maybe we could make something like this a workshop item, so all the board members have.
We tried, and we asked since December for everyone to weigh in on this. And we didn't have very many people sending things back and forth on it, and so a few took the initiative and put it together.
Yeah.
So,
And like I said, there were several versions that went out where trustees were asked to submit their suggestions or edits. So.
Okay. So going forward then, my question is as what Dr. Knoll just stated, and in the essence of time, could we please work on approving, do we agree with the bullet points?
For basic allotment?
For basic allotment. Let's just forget the red bullet point. Do we agree with the 2 bullet points that are there?
Yes, I do.
Keeping in mind that conciseness is key, and we want it to fit on one page.
Okay. Was that everyone in agreement? All right. So, in the essence of time, could the trustees that have concern with the wording of increased basic allotment please forward that to us of how you would be comfortable with it so that we could review it before the February workshop?
Are you sure we don't want to vote?
To see if there's
yeah, so I would say you have 2 options. You can do that. It need to come back, or at some point you could discuss through these things, hear everybody's feelings. Somebody could make a motion to say, I make a motion for 1A, and it can either pass or it can fail. And if it passes, it goes as it goes. If it fails, then you amend it. Like that'd be another way to tackle this maybe.
I move to approve version 1A for legislative priorities.
I second that.
Wait, you mean the whole thing?
We have an
The whole
original
thing?
motion we haven't dealt with.
No, we don't have an original.
Oh, we did?
There was never.
If we're
There's no
approaching it
motion on the
seriatim,
table
that's a
except for
subsidiary,
what.
So we can do it this way and then do the final motion.
I didn't hear what you said.
If we're approaching it seriatim, like piece by piece like that, that's a subsidiary motion. So we can do that first and then do the final motion to approve the entire document.
I mean,
So we can vote on basic allotment first and say like yes, or 1A or whatever.
So
you
then,
want to do.
I understand your process there, but what happens if it doesn't pass? Then we have to go back to 1A, to the basic allotment of 1A again.
Okay, so what are you guys wanting to vote on, and what is the first motion that everyone's worried about?
There was a motion made that version 1A as it is in total be approved, and it was seconded. Yes, ma'am.
I think, so the first motion was basically what the title says, to update the legislative.
Yeah, you read that, and then we had a.
So, Trustee Nelson made
Oh.
the motion, and Ms. Dawson,
That's what I was
seconded.
pointing
so we
out.
can just vote, take that vote first. We're gonna
All right,
update them.
you're right. There we go. So this is one of those messy ones. So,
Unless
all right.
Trustee Nelson
So-
wanted to withdraw her motion, which would probably make
More sense.
If there's
Trustee
no
Nelson,
objection.
would you like to withdraw and then do your second motion?
Yes, President Odenweiler, I would like to withdraw.
And you need to ask if there's any objections.
Is there
and
any objection of removing the
If-
motion that was made by Trustee Nelson at the beginning of the discussion of this?
None.
Okay. Are we good to start over? All right, now we're clean. All right, Trustee Nelson.
I move that we approve version 1A of the legislative priorities.
I second that.
Right. Any other discussion on it before we vote?
Can I just mention my portion real quickly?
Okay.
Overall, I agree with 1A. My only hesitation is that a lot of the focus is on increased funding, which I agree is an issue, but I want to have more balanced priorities as well, include other things that are not just monetary related. And one of those is the accountability and assessment reform, because it's also about quality for our, the work balance for teachers, and making sure that they're not getting bogged down with testing, with unnecessary testing. And so this is why I included this bullet, which was actually taken from prior legislative priorities as well. So I would like to ask, because we have so much funding in here, basic allotment, SPED, school safety allotment, I would like to strike the transportation section and replace it with accountability and assessment, because if we get more basic allotment, in theory we could use that on transportation. So I think it overlaps a little bit.
I think that would be, I was going to say, I think you have to ask Trustee Nelson.
Or she can make a motion to amend.
Okay, that's
the
what I thought.
motion, and then she'll need a second, and then you just need to read it how I want to move, adopt 1A with the following change, and then
Okay, and
articulate
just
your
read.
change, and then if you get a
So-
second for it. And then we'd vote on
So
that
if
first.
not, if you're not open to the amending of it, then we need to vote on it as it is as 1A.
Yeah.
Okay.
A couple issues that I have with that. Well, first of all, with the transportation allotment, that has cost us somewhere around $30 million, correct, Ms. Garza? Yeah, so that cost us about somewhere around $30 million. So the way it's laid out is you're moving everything up to school funding. So if you add accountability and assessment to version 1A, so you just want to push everything up and just have a fifth.
No, I want
bullet?
to replace transportation. So I want to
Okay,
use
so-
version 1A
And you want to strike transportation
and
with
strike
accountability.
transportation and swap it with accountability.
Okay, and I get that, but so is there specific legislation? Like I was looking for some more supportive information,
There-
like for a bullet point.
Well, so for that bullet point that Ms. Dawson's, Trustee Dawson's speaking to, there's other districts that are saying, move the STAR from 20, from what we're doing the 20 to the federally required 17, move online testing from 3rd grade to 5th grade, and then accommodations for special education students. So, I mean, there are other districts that are kind of approaching that testing assessment. And personally with transportation, one of the reasons I got involved with that zoning conversation was because I think we are busing kids farther than they need to go. So I think that, maybe we could look at some of that on our own. I haven't seen anybody else mention that in their priorities.
I saw several districts that mentioned that in their priorities.
Okay.
I also saw one that said reduce the STAR test from 20 to the federally mandated 17. I think being really specific about that might be helpful as well.
Yeah, we can do that.
But I definitely agree with you, Trustee Dawson. I think that these are important things to include.
I just want to point out that transportation is unique to us, right? So these are priorities that are unique to us that would be helpful to us. So the transportation and we talk about it all the time, that our district is huge compared to most other districts, and so this would be very helpful to us if this transportation allotment was passed. So.
And don't you need like more support from other districts, you know, in order for them to feel the need to do that? I was just saying with the testing, I have seen a lot more on that than I have, and I maybe didn't come across the transportation one, but than I have on transportation.
Ms. Blakelock, may I ask a question, please? Dr. Blakelock, my bad. How cluttered I kind of have an answer to this, but I'm going to state it. How cluttered would it be if we decrease the size of the blue bars at the, of each heading and squeezed in the accountability paragraph?
You could also replace or remove the who represents me part.
I think that would be of value as well.
We have very talented graphics.
We have very talented graphics designers who can make whatever you would like work.
Well, and then I'm also going back to Trustee May. Really, honestly, we have an extremely valuable asset in her experience. I'm just going to toot her horn here because I was with them on the Dyslexia Coalition last year, or last legislative session, and watched how hard they worked, but watched how they interacted with the lawmakers there. And then I was there just on Monday, a week ago, for meetings, and I'm going to tell you, she knows what she's doing. She understands the concept of what these one-sheeters need to look like and what is effective. And it's been constantly evaluated through their whole process of moving a bill through for dyslexia and now SPED. So I'm going to defer real quickly to you now, Trustee May, on the size. You know, is it possible that we could possibly even shrink the blue bar to the left? I mean, I remember our first flyer that we took to Austin on the 13th. We've already revised it as a SPED document, but here, would it be too cluttered if we were to add that other piece, the accountability?
In my head, if you remove the who represents me part and add in academic accountability and assessment reform, that in my head would work. I just think that the accountability and assessment form needs to have bullet points underneath to
I kind of felt
it.
that too.
Well, do the reduce from 20 to 17, and then moving online from third, because third grade is the first time they take the STARS, so we're also requiring them to also have computer skills.
Yes.
So other ones are requesting to move it to fifth.
All right.
Can I ask a question real fast?
Yes.
Is that okay? Any of our educators in the room, do you have a bullet that you would want to, that you think would fit under that accountability and assessment reform piece? Is there anything that's just top of mind for y'all that would be a significant change besides maybe the two we just heard? Okay, that's it. No, you think long, think wrong. That's it. No, we're good.
We really still
Think
have
long,
a
think
motion
wrong. I'll
on the
remember
table. We still have the motion on the table to accept version 1A as it is. So, do we want to amend it and add the accountability, Trustee Nelson, or do you want to take a clean vote right now and then?
Let's just take a clean vote and
Okay.
then we'll go from there if need be.
Okay, so all those in favor of adopting version 1A as it is that correct? That we're on the right spot there. As it is, please show by the uplifting of hands. Okay, is that two? Okay. Now, I would entertain a motion to accept 1A as it is with the removal of who represents me and add in accountability with a couple of bullet points to be added.
Could we complete that vote just with
Oh, I'm
opposed
so sorry.
and
I
abstain,
forgot.
just to make sure we get everybody on record?
7-0. I am so sorry. So it went down, it failed 5-2. It failed 5-2.
Yeah, no,
Oh,
the nay votes didn't vote. I just want to make sure everybody gets a chance
I'm sorry, I'm getting
to
myself confused
let
here.
themselves be heard.
All those opposed, raise your hand. Thank you for holding me. Yes, sir. That's the first time I've had to go the opposite direction on that. So, so the motion fails. Now, I would entertain a motion to accept version 1A, removing who represents me, adding in accountability with the 2 bullet points that you mentioned about 3rd grade. Is that what you were saying?
Right, you want me to, okay, so I move that we keep version 1A, adding in the section from version 2 about accountability and assessment reform, along with the 2 bullet points that we reduced from the 20 STAR test to the federally regulated, 17, mandated 17, and then also to move online STAR tests from 3rd to 5th grade, to defer it from 3rd to 5th grade. That was really long, was that?
That's good.
Okay.
It's on the record.
And Ms. Godfrey said that she can get the exact wording, so it's okay.
Is there a second?
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, is there any discussion on that?
Trustee Horton, sorry, can you just expound on those 2 points for me one more time? I'm a visual learner, so I had to, I want to make sure that I heard that correctly, your 2
So
points.
reducing the STAR, currently in Texas, we give 20 state tests, and the federally, we are only mandated to give 17. I don't know the specifics, honestly, on that. And then
It's reading, math, and science are the federal mandates.
right. So we,
But they're-
it's going to be with our social studies or science,
Right.
probably, maybe our audience.
But the key takeaway there is that we're reducing the number of tests that the state is requiring on us, and we're looking to make it be only 17 versus 20, if I'm understanding your motion.
I think everybody here has said that they would like a reduced focus on standardized testing, so I think that would help with that.
And can we get accuracy from the experts in the room? Just, I want to make sure that's accurate.
What I believe is it's the math, science, and reading, and then it's only one reading assessment in high school, if I'm understanding correctly. So the English 2 EOC would be the 3rd one. So the 2 history tests and the English 2.
So that bullet point is accurate
Those
then?
would be the 3.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
And the second point?
And your second bullet point?
Oh, that we move, right now the STAR is online, starting in 3rd grade. So that means that they're taking the STAR for the first time and also learning computer skills. So there were some other districts that recommended moving it to 5th grade.
Oh, I like that one, thank you.
I do too.
Okay, so now.
Okay, so we have the motion, we have a second. Are we ready to vote? All right, all those in favor of that, show by the uplift of hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, yes. Motion carries 7-0. And I used the gavel on that one. All right. So, we have, oops, sorry, it went off. We have now that we are moving into executive session, and I need to turn to that exact verbiage, so bear with me for 1 second. Okay. The Board of Trustees will go into a closed executive session as allowed by Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code Chapter 551. During closed executive session, the following issues will be discussed. Pursuant to the Texas Government Code Section 551.071 for a private consultation with the board's attorney on any or all subjects or matters authorized by law, including Conroe Independent School District versus Marcelo Ruiz. Oh gosh, do I have to read all that? Yes. CA case number 424-CV-01590 in the United States District Court for Southern District of Texas, Houston Division. And pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.071 and 551.072 to deliberate the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property in the Grand Oaks feeder zone as the deliberation in an open meeting would have a detrimental effect on the position of the district in negotiations with a third party. And the time is 2:44. The time is 3:51 pursuant to the Texas Government Code 551.071 and 551.072 to deliberate the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of a real property in Grand Oaks feeder zone as deliberation in an open meeting would have occurred. We just read that in the last session. So anyway, all right, we're back in session. So there we go. There's no action to be taken following executive session. Are there any requests for upcoming board meeting from trustees? All right, seeing no further discussion, I'd entertain a motion for adjournment.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Okay, the meeting is adjourned at 3:51 p.m.